Nothing? Check 1, 2. And you're listening to it?
I will give you 1 moment. Absolutely. Okay. Thank you so much. So I'd like to call the meeting of the Cambria Community Services District to order. Today is June 12th, and it is 10:02. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All 5 directors are here, so we do have a quorum. And I do not have a president's report, so let's go to agenda review. Is there anything that anybody wants to change? Nope. Okay. I would like to welcome all of you here today, not only in-house, but on Zoom. Ms. Dotson, will you tell me who, or Mr. McElhaney, will you tell me who is on Zoom? Thank you.
We have a phone number, 818-540-8864. We have Mr. and Mrs. Crosby and Laura Schwartz, Elizabeth Bentonhausen, Jeff Wilson, Rochelle Benjamin, which is a staff member, and then last name, I'm guessing, is Paricci.
Okay, thank you so much. And welcome to everyone in-house. Let's go to agenda item number 2, board member communications. Does any board member have anything they would like to announce or report briefly on? Yes, Director Dean.
I would just like to let the public know that our esteemed reporter, Kathy Tanner's son, passed away yesterday morning. And I'd just like to say my heart goes out to her. I know how precious her son was to her. I wish her our condolences.
Thank you. Mr. Farmer?
Well, I didn't put my light on, but I just spoke with Kathy on the phone about 3 days ago, and she did tell me her son was in the hospital. It's really, really heartbreaking for her. And Kathy's a wonderful asset to this community and has been for decades. And I just want to concur with what Director Dean just said, and our heart does go out to her because he was such an important part of her life. So all the best, Kathy. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Vice President Thomas?
Thank you, President Scott. And this will probably come up again, but thanks to our firefighters, if you don't have lunch plans this Saturday, right out here in the parking lot, there's going to be, quite the cook-off. So I'm sure we'll hear more about that, but that's where you'll want to get lunch this Saturday on behalf of Skate Cambria, who are rapidly closing that gap.
Thank you. Okay. If there are no other announcements from the board members, let's go to public comment. I have some slips here of people who would like to make comment under public comment. The first one is Michael Castellanos. Michael? Oh,
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Michael Castellanos, President of Local 4635. I'm here on behalf of Cambria firefighters to express our full support for Chief Berkey. His direction he's taking our department, his recent comments regarding the stewardship of the general fund resources, and the department's, sorry, this thing's kind of getting in my way. The direction he's taken our department, his recent comment regarding stewardship of the general fund, and our future challenges our department will face. That first challenge we face is in July, when our federal grant money runs out and we lose 3 of our local firefighters. That's a 25% reduction in our workforce. All 3 of our grant-funded firefighters grew up in this town and have families still living in this community. That local knowledge and community commitment we get from them is extremely difficult to come by. We want to recognize and thank our general manager, Matthew, for his efforts to reduce non-essential spending and to properly fund future projects. Additionally, we'd like to thank our district staff for all their hard work and service they provide us and this community. We understand that there are many critical needs across the district and that as a community service district, resources are limited. That's why we are especially grateful to the members of our community who continue to step up and support the fire department's basic safety needs. The fundraiser that was held for us was overwhelming. We have no words to express our gratitude. None of us have experienced anything like that in our lives. A heartfelt thank you goes to the people of Cambria, especially Debbie Horry, the Friends of Cambria Fire, the SLO County Fire Safe Focus Group, and all the volunteers who have given their time and energy. Your support truly matters, and it doesn't go unnoticed. We also want to give back to the development of our community. That's why we are partnering with Legion Post 432 to host a fundraiser for Skate Cambria, a community chili cook-off and barbecue on Saturday, June 14th. We invite everyone to come out. This is just one small way we can invest in the future of Cambria, the same way this community continues to invest in us. Thank you for your time, and thank you for all that you do for Cambria.
thank you, Mr. Castellanos. Okay, our next public comment is from Christine Heinrichs. Ms. Heinrichs?
Good morning, and thank you to our firefighters, and we will certainly be there on Saturday. My comment is more about the district's holding of special meetings, which are then not recorded by AGP Media and are not archived at the Slow Span archives. At the May 28th meeting, significant action was taken, allocating another $115,000 to the electric tractor. And this meeting recording issue could have been avoided by dealing with the tractor at either the May regular meeting or today's June regular meeting. Why was a special meeting even necessary? Utilities Manager Green gave a thorough report at the April 10th meeting, and he answered directors' questions, and the board approved the project unanimously. His report at the special meeting really didn't add much. The invoices were updated with figures, although they were not accurate, but they were updated, and I thank whoever caught that error in calculating the sales tax from $27,000 to $7,000. Couldn't this budget adjustment have been made at this meeting today? The tractor isn't available anyway, and Dennis Monahan at Sequoia Equipment could have proceeded awaiting final confirmation of that additional fee. I wasn't entirely clear on that either. From the discussion, there was Director Gray and General Manager McElhaney and Utilities Manager Green tossed around how they would spend the $10,000 contingency fee, whether they should get equipment or a longer warranty. that could have been spent on recording the meeting better. And the board's reasoning that the district recording is done because AGP Media's professional services are too expensive is less important than the effect of that decision on public access and transparency. Inevitably, although you claim that district recording is not intended to obscure board actions, it has that effect. Please consider whether special meetings are justified, and in the event that a special meeting is urgent and necessary, commit to the importance of that meeting by having it professionally recorded and archived. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hendricks. Our next person who would like to speak is Garrett Taylor. And remember, the agenda items that, this is a general comment. If you have things that you want to say specific to one of the agenda items, then you probably should wait until that agenda item. But please, Mr. Taylor, do you want to speak to? No, you go ahead and say what you want to say, and I will interrupt you if it's more appropriate to have it a little bit later.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Garrett Taylor. I am 6th generation Cambrian. Received a notice about the increase for adoption resolution water and sewer inflammatory rate increases. And I'm kind of curious to know more about that, considering my grandmother's house is still in Cambria, and why this is necessary. I don't find that there's as many people living in Cambria as there was 10, 15 years ago. And so why do we need an increase? It's kind of like a couple bad apples ruining the whole bushel. I mean, it's pretty obvious that that's what the case is here. So I would definitely say that I'm against that. So.
Thank you. Are you willing to stick around until agenda item 6C?
Yes,
You may
ma'am.
get some of your questions answered.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment in-house? Anybody online?
Yes, Crosby and Laura Swartz.
Crosby and Laura?
Yes.
Mr. and Mrs. Schwartz?
Yes, this is Laura Swartz, Cambria resident. Good morning, board, staff, and everybody. I'd like to mention a different point of view on some of the land clearing that's being done. Okay, especially on the land with a conservation easement. Some steep slopes have been whacked to bare earth, green native vegetation shredded, live branches on healthy trees removed. Okay, some in the scientific community believe this opens up areas for erosion, causes areas to be hotter, opens wind tunnels for potential embers to pass through more quickly. Okay, the whacking is to 20 to 30 feet down the slope, which allows the invasives to spread. So what do you do next year? Go down 30 to 40 feet? Good question. Limbing healthy trees helps to spread embers quickly. Again, it opens up a wind tunnel. And this is scientific studies have been done for this. Okay, also by limbing up the trees, you're causing damage from the deer in the fall. This might be a small point, but in the fall, they rub their velvets off on the trees that have been skinned up. And what happens, you take off a lot of the bark, and a lot of times it kills the tree. So now you have a more fire hazard with dead trees. So in one actual observation that I've made in one area, the soil was just laid bare and the broom was left standing. They carefully cut around the broom and left it. So I would hope that would know what to cut and not. So my plea is, excuse me, please leave more green and healthy natives. Take out the invasives for the safety of us all. Excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Did you want to speak to any of that?
I'm not aware of what she's speaking of at the
Okay.
moment. I can meet with the contractor who's working on the grants. I'm not sure if she's referring to the district's contractor that's doing some of the weed abatement or private contractors, so it's hard to answer those.
Thank you very much. Hey, anybody else online?
Yes, Tina Dickinson.
Ms. Dickinson?
Yes, thank you, President Scott. I would like to bring up an omission from the March 13th meeting. And this is in direct relationship to public comment at closed session. As you are well aware, public comment was not announced in the Vets Hall at that meeting. It was very strange. Mr. Carmel kept saying to you, President Scott, public comment, public comment. You ignored him. I was standing at the podium to speak at public comment for the general manager's evaluation. That didn't happen. And so I was told that I needed to go to the fireside room, which I did, but I knew that that was not really the way this should be done. And as you know, because you saw my comment slip, you said, we have a comment slip, and you know that I spoke, and you recorded it, and it's on YouTube, 5 minutes and 2 seconds. And yet, in the minutes, it says this, District Council, President Scott stated the board would be taking a break to start the board's special meeting. District Council asked if the board would be adjourning to regular meeting until the end of the special meeting closed session. President Scott affirmed. District Council stated that the board will now adjourn to a closed session for public employee performance evaluation regarding Government Code Section 2 pursuant to the general manager's position. The Board of Directors adjourned the meeting for a special meeting at 11:53 a.m. The Board of Directors called the meeting back to order at 1:02 p.m. District Council stated that the board had just returned from a closed session where it held a public employee's performance evaluation. The Board of Directors moved to the consent agenda. There is not a single word there that there was a public comment that I made, despite the fact that you recorded it and it's out there for the public on YouTube. So there needs to be a correction, but there also needs to be the understanding that public comment for closed session does not take place in the fireside room. It has to take place in front of the public in the Vets Hall. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Dickinson. General Counsel Carmel, did you want to speak to any of that?
Not really, but I'd be glad to.
Okay.
Briefly, I think it's more appropriate that it is held at the meeting site in the Vets Hall main room. It's not illegal as long as the public has access to the fireside room. But certainly it's available to be heard by more people if it's done in the main chamber. That's really my only comment.
Thank you. And I would like to say that I am truly sorry that I forgot to do that, and that I believe what we did was legal, but it probably wasn't done in the way that might have been the best way. So thank you. Anybody else online?
No.
Okay. Anybody else in-house? All right, let's go then to public safety. We have agenda item 4A. This is the Sheriff's Department report. We don't have a sheriff's here, so we have the information that is in the report. Is there any public comment on this report? How about online?
No.
Okay, thank you. Then let's go to our next report, and that is the California Highway Patrol report. Good morning.
Morning, everyone. I'm Darren Januso, the commander for Templeton CHP. Today, I've brought in another officer representative. Last board meeting I was at, I brought in our public information officer, that's Ryan Armstrong. Today is Officer Jacob Montalvo. There's a reason I brought Jacob in. I wanted to introduce one of our newest officers that's reported to Templeton CHP. I believe I spoke about our new officers that are reporting. This is one. Jacob is born and raised in Buellton. He reported to Templeton CHP in January. He literally has 6 months on the job. He's on his own. And I can tell you, he has been a presence in your community. And again, I just want to introduce Officer Montalvo. Thank you. Thanks, Jacob. Anything you want to say? On the spot?
It is a little on the spot, but I just want to say I appreciate you guys having me out here. Cambria is a nice little area. I like to be out here. I see a lot of things, and I try to be out here making my presence known. And I hope you guys appreciate that too.
Thank you, Mr. Montalvo.
Hang out for a minute over here. A couple of things I want to talk about today. I brought some statistics. I spoke about previous statistics. I did hear from, I think, some of your community members. They appreciated the numbers, but there was no value to them about what happens in our Templeton area when it didn't reflect Cambria. So I focused this specifically for Cambria. You all have a copy of this. Don't challenge the percentages. I just asked for statistics from my statistic giver, but I'll break it down for you. So these numbers reflect April and May enforcement contacts. In 2025, there were a total of 11 crashes investigated in the Cambria area. The left column, you'll see orange and blue. I understand your online audience can't see that, but the HW refers to highway, so that would be SR1 or 46. And then CR is county roads. So out of those 11 crashes, 6 were on the highways and 5 were in the county, on your county roads. That could have been Main Street or Santa Rita, any of the others. 8 of those were property damage only. 3 were injury related and 1 was a DUI related collision. Fortunately, there were no fatalities to report. Total enforcement contacts were 80. That includes verbal warnings and citations. Of those 80 enforcement contacts, 49 citations were issued, 31 for speeding violations, and 2 were seatbelts, 1 DUI arrest. The total Templeton area, just for reflection and numbers in 2025, over 3,500 enforcement contacts have been made for the total CHP area for Templeton. I believe I spoke about it in your previous meeting. I was here also. I've started to make a change in how we operate so the communities in my jurisdiction or my responsibility have, I can see a measurable performance in the amount of times black and whites are in the respective communities. It's an ongoing plan. The method I have is somewhat rudimentary, but I do see some measurable numbers. In April, there were just noted 10 times an officer was in the Cambria area for the month of April. That seems pretty substandard, but based on our staffing and what we had or the messaging, 10 times a black and white was in your community. I am happy to report that in May, that's increased to 36 times an officer has been in your community. I am also happy to report that even just this morning, members of your community, through phone calls and public interactions that I've received as the commander, I am hearing that the Cambria community is seeing a notable increase in a CHP officer in the area, and that's gratifying to hear. I believe the more often law enforcement is seen in a community, that does help reduce crime, and in my area of expertise, reduces traffic crashes and traffic violations. So traffic safety, of course, is paramount in our world. Another topic of discussion that I had with the North Coast Cambria Association of the meeting that I participated in, somebody asked about, and I'm going to bring it up here because it does affect your community and it's a different audience, so I can share the information more broadly too. As there's been a concern was brought up about the number of big rigs that are being driven or being seen within the in the district limits, Main Street in particular. I had our commercial enforcement officers. Those are the folks that you see in black and white pickups with the camper shell. Those are specialized officers. They have a background in commercial enforcement or big rigs, what the public kind of knows for informally. So they came out and monitored the region for a period of time, and I don't have that, but they came out at a request of mine to see what was being observed. Specifically, were the trucks coming from the quarry doing anything illegal? Do they have a right to be on Main Street? And is there anything that could be adjusted or redirected in what they're doing for their operations? What we found is that a majority of those trucks are coming from the quarry. They're delivering loads up for the closure, the construction work up Highway 1 in Big Sur, and they've been doing that for years, many years, dozens of years. There are no violations for what they're doing other than maybe speeding or something like that. But the mere fact that a big rig is stopped or parked or driving through the town of Cambria, there is no violation. A solution to prevent that was recommended is that the district would need to impose an ordinance that would reflect something about change of tonnage of vehicles or axles or weights of vehicles that would be prohibited during different times of day. However, what needs to be accepted in that, and that would affect your local deliveries and other businesses. So that's up to the district to decide if anything else needs to happen on that. But as far as enforcement wise, there's nothing that we are able to do to enforce any prohibition of vehicles in those areas. Other than that, that's all I have for a report from the Highway Patrol in Templeton, and I'm open to any questions if you have any.
Board members? Yes, Vice President Thomas.
I for one am very grateful for the detail. I have noticed the increased presence, and it's good to have a face to connect that with. And if you follow social media, you know there's a lot of energy in the community for protecting the fawns, the wildlife, and your presence in the community can only contribute to that. So definitely appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment, Mr. Vice President. You're welcome.
Yes, Director Gray.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott. And thank you. I think also thought that was a great report, and the detail that we get really for the first time about CHP activities and traffic incidents or traffic violations is really useful to me, certainly. I wanted to follow up on a topic that you raised about the big rigs and talking about what would have to be done if there was going to be any control of their traffic within Cambria. You mentioned the district. Now, maybe I'll throw this over to our general counsel. My understanding is that the county is responsible for traffic, any kind of traffic rules or any kind of limitations on street use in Cambria that's not on state highways. But in other words, we directly can't do anything, but I want to make sure of that. So maybe Mr. Carmel.
I think the county has primary jurisdiction, but I think the Highway Patrol also has a jurisdiction over those areas. I can certainly be corrected by the commander if that's incorrect.
We have jurisdiction over the traffic matters, but there's nothing to enforce if there's no ordinance or codified law to enforce.
Yeah. Yeah, I was speaking of an ordinance specifically. Who would have the power to enact that?
Sir, if I could offer.
Counsel there, yeah. Sorry.
So my understanding is your district would come up with a plan and propose that to the county Public Works, which would now use engineering and county roads, et cetera. But the request would probably come from the county, from the district, and then move up.
That sounds like a logical process. Thank you.
Vice President Thomas.
Thank you, President Scott. Apologies for the second comment, but I did want to reflect as a member of the ad hoc focused on climate action plan. We have to consider unintended consequences of actions. And if we force these heavy big rigs to take a longer route, that means more carbon in the atmosphere. So let's just be cautious with those unintended consequences.
Thank you. Any other board member? Yes, Director Dean?
My concern is they don't seem to be following the speed limit. And I'm concerned for the safety of, that when we have a lot of tourists in town, they just kind of walk out into the street without looking, and I'm afraid someone's going to get killed. So I think I know it would increase the carbon footprint if they were on the highway, but I'm concerned about the safety of pedestrians, in the main village. So I would like to see us do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody else? How about in-house public comment? Hey, yes, sir. Garrett, you need to come up to that's.
Well, I want to say thank you and appreciate everything you officers do. I live on 46 and there's, well, a lot of disrespect. But as far as comments, so if, as suggested, that they were to take an alternate route, then not only are they going to hit more lights, your carbon footprint, thank you. So they're going to burn more fuel. They're going to go up and around. I've been in this town for 40 years and I've always seen Windsor, Fry's, everybody's trucks go right down and then they hit the Vets Hall and then they go right out on Highway 1. Real smooth, it's real nice. Or your comment, I think there's crosswalks and I think you're supposed to abide by the crosswalks when you cross the street. So you kind of put your life in your own hands and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other in-house comments? How about online?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good
Thank
day.
you. Thank you so much, Mr. Are you?
Januso.
What are you, detective?
I'm the commander. Lieutenant is my rank.
Commander.
Yes, ma'am.
Commander, Lieutenant Januso, thank you so much.
Good day to you all.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, are we ready to go to our consent agenda then? I'm sorry? Oh. I am so sorry. It's because I didn't see him. Come on up.
Sounds like we're at a game show.
Yeah, come on. Come on down. Hello.
Hi, President Scott, Board of Directors, General Manager McElhaney, and staff. Good morning. My name is Craig Brooks. I'm your C-Shift Fire Captain. I am not Chief Perky. He's out for the week. So I will be delivering the May 2025 Fire Chief Report. In May 2025, we had one fire. We had 52 medical emergencies. We had 4 hazardous conditions. We had 25 public service assists. We had 2 false alarms, and we had 84 total incidents. For the comparison, residents versus non-residents, we had 55 residents and 16 non from out of the area. In April 2024, we had 76, so we are seeing that uptick of call volume for May. Year-to-date total in 2025, we had 438 calls. For this year, last year we had 399, so we are seeing a call volume increase. We're a busy fire department for sure all around, but we did do quite a bit this month. For training, we are focused on wildland and ocean rescue. So we did do the WUI drill, which we do every year. It's at Camp Roberts. We worked on firing, live fire mobile attack, and live fire structure protection. So that was a good drill. We also did our RT-130s and our pack test. So that certifies us for wildland response. So a bunch of computer work and taking tests. And then we do a 3-mile, 45-pound pack. And then we walk. And we need to pass within 45 minutes to be certified to go out of county and for wildland response. We did a progressive hose lay on the ranch. And for ocean rescue, we had our annual swim test, which if you don't know is a 500-meter open ocean swim. And we need to get it in under 12 minutes. So everybody is welcome to swim with us if you'd like next year. And then we had our surf rescue drill. And then there's a picture up there on that if you'd like to see that. For public education and interaction, we did have, like Captain Castellanos mentioned, we had our Thank You Firefighters fundraiser. And we had our first neighborhood liaison kickoff meeting. I personally wasn't there. I know General Manager McElhaney was, so he may be able to answer a little bit more questions. There has been a lot of stuff going on with all of that. For public service, we had 8 business inspections, 7 defensible space and residential inspections, and we had 3 smoke detector changes. That's the end of the report. I'm open to any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Any board member questions? Yes, Director Farmer.
Yes, thank you. Engineer Brooks?
Captain.
Captain, I'm sorry, I should have known that.
Okay.
Because you just said it. I wanted to just ask you about under public service, business inspections.
Yeah.
So could you just basically describe what you would do?
Yeah, we have a number of mandatories that we need to do per year. In our districts, we have the hotels. So in the hotels, we have, we take out the California Business Code and Fire Code. And we go around to the hotels, we connect with the managers and the owners of those hotels, and we schedule a meeting. And then we meet and we go around and then we look at all. It's not like, we're not trying to, look for violations, but we are to try to create a really good, we're trying to create a really good relationship with them. So we go around, see like the bigger issues they do have, and then we go back to the station, fill out a report, and then we give them that report to be a little bit better next year for public safety.
All right, thank you.
Any other board member comments, questions? How about in-house comments, questions? How about online?
No.
Okay. Thank you so much, very much. Captain Brooks. Okay. Now, let's go to the consent agenda. Is there anything that the board members would like to pull off the consent agenda other than for just some general kind of questions? Yes, Director Gray.
Yeah, I just had a general question about the April agendas on this. I guess my memory's a little fuzzy, but we didn't take those up at the May meeting then, right? Okay, that was and what was the reason for that?
I guess they weren't ready.
They aren't ready? Yeah.
Are we talking about the minutes? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
On minutes, I'm sorry, the minutes, not the agendas.
Mrs. Dodson was taking detailed minutes and there were some robust discussions that took a little bit longer to detail out those minutes. So we gave her an extra month.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? No? Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott. Yeah, and I had to do the double take and look back and I'd to confirm on the minutes, but they all look good. Yeah, precise, in fact. Expenditure report on page 8, the Badger meter for monthly meter cellular service. I was just curious, how Badger provides cell service. With AT&T, I'm still looking for a better cell service, and maybe but so how does that work?
So there's 2 primary vendors for service here, AT&T and Verizon. So the town's kind of split half and half, and different areas pick up different signals. Does that help?
Oh, so it's to Badger, and then Badger manages that
Correct.
through the
Yeah,
of course.
they require the license for that cellular, and then we manage that through them. So we will have, so AMI is almost complete, so we will have 83 locations in the community that won't get Verizon nor AT&T, so those will be manually read. But that's a lot better than 4,036, so.
I'll say, thank you. That makes sense. And on page 19 of the expenditure report, there's a charge to FNR, for Roberto Mercado, and general cleanup of 2850 Burton, the fire station. Is that charged properly to FNR, or should that be to the fire department?
It is correctly coded to FNR. FNR is responsible for all district facilities. And unfortunately, Mr. Aguirre could not, with his workload, do that fire department facility in terms of the weed abatement and maintenance around it. So he contracted out with Mr. McCardo, and we charged that to facilities and resources.
Got it. Well, you could have picked a better guy, and yeah, thanks, that's clear, thank you. And then, yeah, same page, I was just curious, the 2830 to SLO County Public Works for the engineering and building plan review for the skate park. And, you know, I scratched my head, I was wondering why that's to Public Works and not to permitting. I'm sure there's a good reason, but I was wondering why not not to county planning? Is that just how they work?
I'm sorry, I lost you on what page?
Okay, yeah, page 19.
Yes.
SLO County Public Works, that the 2830. Yeah, engineering and building plan review. And I look back to the last several months, and most of that stuff is charged to Public Works. So I was just scratching my head trying to see, because there's a line for county planning as well, but it doesn't, you know, it's not charged there.
We can double check on that in terms of how it's coded through our expenditure report and find out, maybe that's a typo. It should say county planning, but I think either way the money's going to the county. So
yeah, it doesn't really matter. I just thought I would ask. Thanks. Just to understand how they work. I appreciate it.
Yes, Director Dean.
Well, we have paid invoices to Public Works for discussions on sidewalks, curbs, and gutters, haven't we? Hasn't that all gone to Public Works?
yes, Director Dean, I believe so.
Okay.
So I can interject too. This was for the final review. There was some rebar and the concrete and the approach in there that they had to review there, the county planning piece. So that was the charge for that.
Okay. Director Farmer.
Thank you, President Scott. So I have about 3 inquiries on the expenditure report. First, on page 10, we have Core and Main LP. I've never seen them on the expenditure report before. Are they someone new that we're working with, and or have they taken someone else's place? Could you just give us an update on that somewhat?
Sure, yeah. Core Main is now kind of one of the leaders in sales for municipal wastewater and wastewater specialty items, tools, parts, fittings. Core Main also started to acquire some of the little mom and pop shops. We did some small business with like R&B, who were kind of sprinkled around California. R&B was absorbed by Core and Main, so as they got bigger, they reached out to us and were offering us some really good prices and costs that were beating some of our local vendors like Ferguson and FamCon. So we've gone with them on some of the bulk buys for the AMI. So what you're looking at on there is for meter boxes. So as we're getting into these meter boxes, and you know, some of these have been in the ground for 40+ years, and they needed replacing. So when you get into these molded plastics and these lids and these meter boxes, pallet quantities are 4,000 units. And we didn't need 4,000. We need to replace 10 to 30% of these. So Core and Main actually purchased these bulk quantities for us, and we are able to purchase them at that bulk price at smaller quantities during the month to take smaller bites at this. So Core and Main actually reached out to us, you know, several years ago. We've been using them, I think, since 2023 is when they really started to become prolific and started to absorb or acquire these smaller companies. But they work tremendous with us. They deliver stuff free of charge to us in emergencies. So that's why we've kind of picked up on that. And we've mostly used them here recently for, like I said, those meter boxes and lids and that procurement.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Green. So even though this sounds like what you're saying here is, even though this total is almost $13,000, actually, it would have been more if we were still staying with other people.
Correct. Yeah, I think we'd be paying 15 to 20% more than some of our other vendors. And those were just some bids and proposals we got when we sought these bids for lids and boxes.
All right, thank you. Also, I wanted to ask a couple more, if you don't mind. So on page 14, James Cushman, and I believe it's on 14. if you don't necessarily have to give us an update now, you might do it in your utilities report. But I know that we're having trouble with lift station B4. So $28,000 for emergency repair. I know this has just been an ongoing problem with that lift station down there on Green Street. Can you kind of give us a quick update as to what took place?
Sure, yeah, absolutely. So we purchased some pump and parts separately for that. Cushman came in and performed the install so that we're able to operate on that. We're in the permitting piece for that lift station B4 complete reno and relocation. We're still months out from achieving that CDP with that. So this is the temporary fix for that. So again, Cushman is the vendor performing the work, the contractor, and the parts we have ordered separately through Muniquip. Muniquip shipped us the wrong mounting plate initially, so some additional expense from Cushman for fabrication was used in that. And so that's what you're seeing in that cost reflected from Cushman there.
All right, thank you. And just one more item, this is at the top of page 16, Muniworth Innovations. And there's 3 items here with regard to annual Waterworth software subscription. And I know they were at a recent meeting for about 20 minutes or so and provide their service free of charge. So I'm just curious as to what we are doing with them, what kind of service they're providing to us. I mean, here's a little over $20,000 for a year. So what, like I said, what is it they're providing for us?
I can answer that, Director Farmer. So they are our consultant services to update our fee schedule. They're going to be doing a rate study, and they're going to be doing our long-term financial planning. So as part of the new strategic plan, we stood up the administration and finance piece and long-range financial forecasting, general fund trends, wastewater and water reserve trends in terms of our larger expenditures, and modeling out years ahead as we start to tackle some of these CIP projects.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Director Dean.
So back to what you just explained, Muniworth Innovations was going to do, you mentioned the rate study. So are we no longer using Bartles and Wells for
question
the
too,
rate
yeah.
study?
Yeah, we are moving on. Yeah, they've been a little slow to respond, and we've had some challenges getting some of those pieces together with them. And so we most recently told them we appreciate their help over the years, but we're moving in a different direction.
Yeah, I knew we were expecting something from them for a long time.
Yeah.
Okay, so but back to page 10, to the core and main. What is Insta-Tight Spoon? It's on page 10, under core and main. It says Water Department brass adapters and Insta-Tight Spoon. What is an Insta-Tight Spoon?
Great question. So service lines that go from main to meter, the material that's used is HDPE, high density polyethylene. Fortunately for us, our pressures are below 150. So we use what is an Insta-Tight or stab-in, what we call in there. The spoon is what removes the Insta-Tight from previously installed location. Because when you put those Insta-Tights on there, it's literally like a Chinese finger trap. You can't get that tubing out. So when instead of cutting and replacing and spending more money on fittings, we can kind of wedge that out with that and make a new connection.
Okay, very interesting. Thank you.
It's just a tool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else from any of the board members? Okay. Mr. Taylor, I took your comment earlier, but now we are on 6C. Did you have anything more you wanted to say? Oh, never mind. Almost there. Jeez. Okay. So anything else from the board? Okay, do we have any comments in-house?
Just,
Oh, I'm
I had a
sorry.
question on, I had
Sure.
a question just for information on, this is on the 5D, cross-connection services. I read the description of what we do, or what we have the county doing. Inspection of backflow devices. And how deep does this go into the customer base? Do we do inspections of like homes, and is it like how extensive is it?
Yeah,
Just
Slow
curious
County
about it.
Environmental Health is the jurisdiction for that. So these cross-connection plans and that we submit to them and then they submit to State Water Resources Control Board. We have 153 backflow cross-connection devices in the community, 16 of which are ours. The 16 of which are ours are inspected, used to be in-house. Unfortunately, we lost Adam Steventon to Antioch Water System. Good for him. Wonderful job. We are looking for a cross-control specialist or training internally. We're evaluating that right now. But that is any kind of connection between a potable water system and a non-potable water system. So you look at a lot of the Lamert estates where they have those cisterns or catch basins that are plumbed into their potable water line. Those require a cross-connection or backflow device at each of those residences for items like that. I mean, this also why we have in our Muni code, the vacuum breaker that we put on exterior hose bibs.
Yes.
So that way, if you have a kid's pool and hose is laying in the kid's pool submerged and we have a sudden leak or loss of pressure, that would suck that contaminated water back into the line. So that's why we have Muni codes with vacuum breakers and backflow devices for larger homes and cisterns.
But this sounds like this is covering more of the what you call the 100 plus installed, not little things on the spigots outside, but
Yeah, not your 3/4 or 1 inch. This is your larger
These are
devices
bigger,
like
yeah.
we have outside the vets hall, that 10-inch main.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Very good.
Anything else from board members? Okay, anybody in-house have a comment? Yes, Ms. Heinrichs, please.
Yes, and thank you to all the board members who raised many of the questions that I have about the expenditure report. But first, do I get to make the announcement that the East Ranch restroom is now open? Are we all excited? That was one of the questions I had, though. There's an expense for the rodeo grounds pump station backup of over $20,000. Is that related to the East Ranch restroom? There's another $500 to Mid-Coast Geotechnical, $570 to Padre Association. Are those all part of the $549,432 budgeted amount for the restroom? Or are those extra? I'd just like some clarification on that. Is that Badger meter charge, is that going to be a monthly charge? That's $6,000? Is that a recurring charge? Let's see, the district paid $326 for bottled water. I was wondering, doesn't the district drink the water that they produce? I was a little surprised to see that. And let's see, the Cushman charge, the charges on the planning for the Stewart Street tanks, maybe that'll be covered in the utilities report. And that PG&E bill is still running at over $36,000. It still would be worthwhile thinking about changing over to transitioning to solar. And I was confused again by the Umpqua credit card, which totaled over $12,000. And it just seems to be a catch-all. I wonder if all those charges really just belong in a miscellaneous category or if they shouldn't be ascribed to the various accounts that they're supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else in, yes. Mr. Howell, I almost said Director Howell, but.
That's all right. I don't mind. Just very briefly, I'm very pleased to hear that we are leaving Bartle Wells. It's been, I think, 6 years since I've been asking for a rate study, and it just says, oh, it's on the way. It's on the way. Could we get a little more, a little better, a little clearer update as to where we are on the rate study now? Is that possible?
So we just met with them a couple weeks ago, and so we are in the process of getting them all of our financials, budgeting numbers, and they've started that process already. So we're targeting somewhere in October of a completion date.
Any, yes, Director Dean.
Oh, I'm sorry, you were still taking public comment.
Go right ahead.
Well, it was mentioned the rodeo grounds pump station backup. power replacement project. That's not related to the restroom, correct?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Yeah, was there anything? Yes.
I'd just like to answer the UMQA
Yeah.
question. If you look on the expenditure report, every expense is coded to a different account.
Yes.
That reflects what we're purchasing.
Right. Thank you so much. Hey. Anybody else in-house have public comment on this, on the consent agenda? How about online?
No.
Hey. Yes, Director Gray.
Make a motion. I move that we approve the consent agenda items 5A through 5F.
Second.
Yes.
Director Gray,
Aye.
Vice President Thomas,
Aye.
Director Dean,
Hi.
Director Farmer,
Aye.
President Scott.
Aye. Okay, now let's go to agenda section 6. The first agenda item under 6 is 6A. Mr. McElhaney.
Thank you, Madam President. Agenda item 6A, discussion and consideration of the 2025-2026 Annual Water Shortage Assessment Report. There's no fiscal impact associated with this item. This report presents findings from 2025-26 Annual Water Supply and Demand Assessment, describes key data inputs, evaluation criteria, methodology for addressing our district's water supply reliability and for the coming year, and this and the steps needed to declare any water shortage levels formally and response actions. And with that, I can turn it over to Mr. Green if the board has any questions or further discussion.
Awesome. Here to present is actually Program Manager Tristan Reaper, who did a tremendous amount of work on this. And actually, his numbers from last year, we're looking at the first half of the year, and I've spoke to this in previous meetings, how they were right on these estimations. And these estimations are based off of fantastic modeling that all of our professional services like Todd Groundwater and Gus Yates have provided us. So with that, I'll let Tristan provide you his report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Good morning.
Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager, for the excellent introduction for this item. That saves me having to represent the background for this. So I just want to talk a little bit about the inputs and kind of the thoughts and methodology behind how we produce the report. I know this, many of you have seen this in previous years. So in light of that, I'm going to skip over a lot of the details that I would otherwise have said, and I have said to other committees on this topic to kind of catch everybody up. So we'll start with supply constraints. It's on page 6 of the report. I don't have an agenda packet in front of me, but if you go to the first page of the report, it's on page 6. So he's talked a little about the supply constraints. You know, we're operating under licenses from the State Water Resources Control Board. And the part I want to say here is that the stream flow recharging aquifers is really the important takeaway from this, and how while we are under stream flow, we have a little less restriction is really just our licenses. And then once the stream flow stops, then it becomes a groundwater and storage issue. And then also how the timing of the rainfall has an effect on that as well. And the amount and the timing, and we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to that section. So then we'll go from there to the current year, kind of how we came to the unconstrained consumer demand numbers. Personally, what I'd like to talk about is there's an error in the report. We got a couple of years wrong. It's supposed to say July 2024 through June, or just July 2025 through June 2026.
You have a page.
Sorry, page 7. So we will be correcting that on the final report that we submit to the Department of Water Resources.
Madam President, page 7 is page 97 in the agenda packet
Yes.
for those who can't find it.
Thank you, Director Dean. So this report used an average of 2019, 2021, 2022, and 2023. We omitted 2020 because of COVID. It was kind of an outlier year. We didn't want to include it in the average. We also did not include 2024 because the total consumption there was very close to the average, so it wasn't going to change the numbers appreciably in any direction. So to save us a little bit of time, we just decided not to include it. And then the water demand projections for that are shown on page 8 and shown subdivided by category. And by page 8, I mean, yeah, that's right.
I have a question on page 8. Would you like to take that first?
Sure.
The sentence that says, it is assumed that stage 2 declaration did not noticeably constrain demand. Can you just speak a little bit more to that?
That was, part of that was a carryover from analysis done in previous reports. I've kind of carried that forward. That has to do with looking at the total consumption year by year, how it's in the last 5 or 6 years, it really has remained very static. We've been all just around just 500 acre foot, just above that. So it became clear that the drought stages we were under really hadn't had as much of an effect on the demand as we would have thought. And part of that's due, and I was going to talk about this later in the report, but I'll talk about it now, is there's a certain amount of demand hardening that's happened. You know, you can only conserve so much before you start to really impact quality of life. And so we were close to that point. And I think that kind of shows how close we might really be, is at this point, we might be really impacting people's quality of life if we ask for a whole lot more consumption or production and consumption, especially from the residential sector. The hotels probably have a little more room for future conservation efforts.
Thank you.
Could I comment on that same?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott. Yeah, I had flagged that same sentence, and the inference is that if the board had made a resolution that the community would conserve more, and the community gets the 3x5 cards in the mail, the community takes everything very seriously, and as you say, there's the conservation efforts of many are at the limit. So I think it's simply probably not accurate to infer here that if the board had done a resolution, magic would have happened. So I think that if there's a way to change that sentence to eliminate that, to me, non sequitur, it would be great.
Okay, yeah, I can make that change.
Thank you. Yes, Director Gray?
Yeah, I wanted to thank you, President Scott. I wanted to follow up on that because it sounds like jumping ahead a little bit, we are talking about the expectation this year is that we would, as I read this, is that we would have a stage 2 declaration. Is that?
Oh, so we're going to jump.
I know we
ahead a
were
little
jumping
bit
ahead,
as
but
well.
I guess the logic, the problem with saying a stage 2 didn't really have any effect in the past is that why are we doing it now? That's the question that comes up.
I think the stage 2 sets the expectation that we can enforce these measures. Now, whether they are enforced and to what degree is another question. So it just allows for the enforcement of this, and then we can see the effects based on how much how much time we spend enforcing. And
Sorry to interrupt you.
No,
You
go
go
ahead.
right ahead.
So then moving on to the potable supplies. So for this, we use the actual supply from 2022. I know one of the choices we made regarding that was, at the time we started this report, the well levels, groundwater levels in Sensimine were trending very close to the levels in 2022. So then we're like, well, if this continues, it makes sense that 2022 would be a great model for what we expect our supply to be, because we know if we pull this much, the well levels are going to trend downward in a manner that is at least marginally predictable. So that's why we use the calendar year 2022, which would have started in January, ended in December, rather than breaking it up into a water year for determining the supply. And that year we got down to 7 feet at the Sensimine well levels by December. So given that could have at the time might have been a reality, we were just kind of preparing ourselves for that scenario. And let's see. So, and then also part of this had to do with the prior water years. 2022, the calendar year was preceded by 2 winters of slightly below average rainfall. 2020, 2021 was a little bit of an anomaly because we got 12 inches in a single storm. So there wasn't much chance for any of that to soak into the ground. So again, it had an effect on our supply levels that year. And then the next year in 21, 22, we also had a drier year and stream flow stopped early, and that was reflected in the well levels. And so that was why, another reason why we chose to use 2022 as the year. So then we'll talk a little, let's see. Then we'll talk a little bit about the rainfall and how we
Page?
expect that to, sorry, page 11. So this year at Rocky Butte, we're at 92% of average, which is good. That's pretty close. I thought it was interesting that at Santa Rosa, Maine, we're only at 71%. So interesting that the rainfall fell more in one spot and less in another. That's actually helps us because Rocky Butte is a source of the San Simeon Creek and helps us with the San Simeon well field. So that again, we'll talk a little bit more about what we expect based on that. And also we got the rainfall pattern itself was really helpful. We had a bunch in December that started the stream flow. We had nothing in January. Then we had some in February and some in March. And so that later rain really helps the stream flow continue longer into the season. And so while we didn't get the amount was pretty close to average, just below average, the timing really, it was in our favor a lot this year, which is great. So then we can, now that we are trending better than 2022, we have that little bit of buffer space. So we know we're not, there's a chance, the likelihood of us ending up like 2022 is less than it would have been had that not happened. So I just want to talk a little bit about effects of stream flow and supplies. I mean, a lot of this is, I'm not going to say obvious, but you pay attention enough to and just understand enough about how our aquifers work, it kind of is going to make a lot of sense. So I'm going to read just directly from the report. This is on page 12 for anybody who wants to follow along. So when stream flow recharges the groundwater levels and the levels hold steady, the limiting factor is our water rights licenses. During this period, any shortages and surpluses over our estimated or anticipated amounts aren't going to be carried forward because we have no way of storing the excess, and anything we draw over that is going to be recharged from stream flow. So, and then once the groundwater levels begin to fall, then it becomes a little more, we definitely pay a little more attention to our surpluses and our shortages, with the surplus being, we're just pull as much as we expected, and a shortage being we pulled a little more. We're not in a situation like some water municipalities where they have a hard number they have to meet. And if they don't meet that, their customers will literally not get water. That's really not the case here. It's just a matter of how fast do we pull our well levels down once the stream flow stops. So on page 13, I put in the well level chart. I simplified it somewhat to just the years that we had data for in the report, with the exception of 2020. So you can see on April 15th, we were right at 2022's level. We have since sort of improved that, and then you'll see at the utilities report later in this board meeting that we've improved those numbers even further. Again, this is kind of also reports designed to kind of prepare us for a drier year. And so we definitely want to be conservative in our estimates. So moving on to, I'm going to move on now to page 18 in the report. So the guidance for the preparing the animal water supply and demand assessments, we look April 1st, what are the metrics at that time? And so here they are in numbers, and here they are in percentages. Again, we were looking pretty good. If you turn one page to page 17, this gives an idea of the expected stage relative to the percentages of all these metrics. We're kind of hovering right between a stage 1 and stage 2. So that's why our recommendation is that we closely monitor. And then if we need to move to a stage 2, that we would do so at that time. So we're kind of right in between. So we'll keep an eye on it. We'll make our monthly reports and the utilities report. With the big change this time that during stream flow, we won't be, the shortages and the surpluses won't be carried forward. So you won't see that number reflected at the end of the year in the total surpluses and shortages. It'll just be those that occurred during the non-stream flow period. Moving on to the next page, the supply and demand analysis. The table 5. This kind of summarizes everything, all the inputs. It shows we're going to have approximately 1% shortage. Again, this is based on our anticipated unconstrained demand, anticipated water supply, and then no actions from our water shortage contingency plan. And then, as I said before, we will continue to monitor and report on shortages and surpluses and provide any recommendations for any need to move to a higher stage and as we go forward throughout the year. So with that, I'm open to any questions.
Board members? Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott. And not a question, just a compliment. You know, one, you didn't turn this into a PowerPoint, but you talked to us directly through the report, scrolling us through. So thank you for that. I'm sure, reading through the report from the Resources and Infrastructure Committee, I'm sure Mr. Dean will bring that up. But yeah, the clarity is really good. And yeah, I appreciate the clarity with which you talk through the highlights and in simple terms. So it helps us to get it because there's a lot going on out there.
Yes, Director Farmer.
Thank you very much, President Scott. Mr. Reaper, thank you so much for the very complete report that you've given us. And obviously you took a lot of time and energy to do this. So it's much appreciated by us and by the ratepayers as well. So on page 103, which would be page 13 in the report, it says here, while it may seem unreasonable to assume that the pumping regimen like that of 2022 will be suitable for 2025-26, this assessment, in other words, what you presented here, this assessment aims to plan and prepare for an abnormally dry year ahead, which is probably not unreasonable considering where we're kind of at right now. So for the Cambria area, this would mean late or inadequate wet season precipitation and incomplete aquifer recharge for 2025-26 water year. So it seems as if you are anticipating a fairly dry season on the horizon. And we might already be in that to some degree already. So on the next page, page 104, if the water year of 2025-26 fails to provide full aquifer recharge, operation of the CCSD's WRF under the existing emergency use permit would be required to support the dry season pumping in late summer and fall of 2026. So let me just ask you, since we're slightly anticipating the use of the WRF sometime next year, would we have already planned for an adequate way of doing brine waste discharge at that time?
Brine waste discharge will be what we're permitted at right now. We don't have zero liquid discharge, so it'd be the temporary storage of it and then the hauling off as of right now.
Okay. So also, let me just quickly go to page 110, which I believe would be page 20, page 20. So last paragraph, the projected recommendations are implementing a stage 2 water storage watch starting in August. Maybe I'm not necessarily anticipating the worst but just cause for concern. And maybe I'll just bring this up as a future agenda item. I think it might be a good idea to implement stage 2 in July instead of waiting another month, just to get the attention of the ratepayers who have already in many ways done a more than adequate job of conserving water. But I think making people aware of the fact that, a challenge exists on the horizon. And also, I don't know what we're doing with regard to reaching out to the commercial portion of our community, especially the motels, with regard to encouraging people that are visiting here, and there's going to be more and more of them, I believe, with regard to using less water. And I know when people vacation, they like to luxuriate and that type of thing, but it's 21st century. And I think people realizing, even if they're coming on vacation, they still need to realize that water, which is the most important asset that we have in Cambria, that all of us, whether we live here or visiting here, need to be as responsible as possible. So I don't know what we're doing in that area, but maybe we can follow up on that. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. So I think in this year, we're anticipating stream flow to stop. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Green, but I think the San Simeon, the creek is still flowing. So that we don't want to call for stage 2 too early, but we also want to wait too late. So we felt that August was a good middle point. However, if the board feels differently, we'll happy to make that.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll bring it up in future agenda item. I'll see if anybody else agrees with me. Thank you.
Well, Director Farmer, the stages are metrics driven, but you could suggest or impose a stage 2 at any time or whatever stage.
Okay, that sounds like, to use a sports analogy, analytics in sports as opposed to using the intuitive method, which often works. Thank you.
Yes, Director Dean.
To tie into what Director Farmer was just talking about, I think it helps to bring to the attention to our new homeowners and new vacation homeowners who may not be totally aware of what our water situation is here and the need to conserve. So yeah, I think more information needs to come out for those people. But I want to thank Mr. Reaper for his excellent report. And I would like to also suggest that folks also watched the last R&I meeting where we spent, I think, half hour to 45 minutes on this with a lot of interaction from the committee members, questions and things. And I think it'd be helpful for people who want even more detailed information to watch his previous presentation to R&I, because he did a fantastic job and was very patient with all of our questions. And thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Director
Yeah,
Gray.
thank you, President Scott. Yeah, I have a point in time question about the analysis here and the current state of the aquifer. This seems to be based on mainly April data for the report. I'm just curious about when we talk about projections for the aquifer this year, this summer. How are the projections in this report now matching what's actually showing up in the data?
We're actually doing a little better.
Yeah, interesting.
Or in terms of our water supply than is mentioned in this report.
Mm-hmm. And the other question is longer, may take a little longer answer. This is a great report, and I think I sense that there's quite a bit more sophistication here than in earlier ones about the a couple of things about the reality of what the aquifer, how it's recharged and how we draw from it, and the fact that we only have a recharge problem when it's not flowing. And I really appreciate the level of detail about the timing of rain, which I don't think we've really talked about very much in the past, and how it affects the aquifer. So I really give you kudos on that. Is there anything else that's like new thinking here, as opposed to the assumptions that were in the previous reports?
So yeah, mentioning the rainfall timing was one of the new ones, like you said. Mentioning how when we really don't start to have a shortage issue until after the stream flow has stopped. That was another new addition as well. I think those were the two main ones.
That was very good. And one more question, and this has to do with on page 17, I guess it would be, or 107 uh, agenda. The chart on the status of water storage evaluation criteria. I've had this question in the past before. You have 4 or actually 5 figures in each of those, for each of those status stages that define them, you know, is either the top or the bottom. Is there any figure in there that would be, and I might be, you might just be a leading question, might be the one that you look at most closely, and do all the five numbers have to match up and have to, you know, be there at a certain level for the criteria to be triggered, or do you have a lot of judgment that you can use as to what you follow essentially? I've always thought gradient was kind of the key one, but yeah, what's your thinking on that?
No, I agree. I mean, they're all important. That is a really good question about, is there any that we kind of consider more than others? I think we talked about this in R&I as well, but the gradient, it didn't occur to me, and I'll have to have written the report, that the gradient, it has 2 control points on there's each end. So if we're dumping a lot of extra wastewater into the ponds, it can bring the level up and make the gradient look worse than it actually is. If that makes sense. So in other words, it can, instead of having the SS4 be lower than we can have the gradient be lower because the wastewater level in the ponds is higher, and the mounting effect, because this is due partly to the large amount of water we put into the ponds during the wet season when we get the I&I in the plant, and we're dumping extra in the ponds that we wouldn't be during the dry season necessarily. So I think we'd probably count that one just a little bit less because of that. But the main ones we focus on was, especially the other ones that we like to focus on, are the Windsor Bridge levels. And I think I mentioned this too, was I also included that for the first time in the report, and a mention of how I think it was October of 2022, we were down to like 0.07 of a foot above the level at which we have to stop drawing from Santa Rosa. So we basically pulled everything we could have out of Santa Rosa that year without violating our permit conditions. And
Thank you.
Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Thank you, President Scott. One question, Director Farmer was inferring that what he took from this report is that you anticipate this next rain season to be a drier than average season. What I took from it is that you're not anticipating that, but you're preparing for that potential outcome. So can you clarify that?
that is exactly the intent. Because it's all a statistical probability. What kind of next year are we going to have? At this point, even our best supercomputers can't model weather that far ahead of time. So we have some guesses that narrow the range of probability, but we really don't know. I mean, we get a really bad dry year once in every 50 years or so. Then we get, then you can kind of narrow it down. And the same thing with a super wet year. So again, it's nice to have a plan. If this happens, we do this. If this happens, we do this. We anticipate this happening, so we're going to do this right now. But if conditions change later, here's the path we follow for that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, there never will be a computer system or an AI development that precisely predicts Mother Nature.
And I'll input, Director Thomas, that we plan for a worst case scenario. We do.
Or at least we have a plan for a worst case scenario. Yeah, even if.
Yeah. Thank you.
So I have a question, and my questions are always like primitive questions. My question is, what does stage 2 mean for the consumers?
Excellent question. So on page, so we have a page 21, the planned shortage response actions. And then on page 22 is table 6, which has all of our shortage response. On the first column has the stage level at which we implement it. And this just goes up to stage 3 because we're only anticipating being at a stage 2. If we had anticipated us getting it higher, we would have included more rows in that table. But this gives a good overview of what we can expect at stage 2 and what type of enforcement actions.
So I would encourage all of us in Cambria, both residential and businesses to take a look at that.
Absolutely.
Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Yeah, great point, President Scott. And I had flagged this and I meant to ask, on page 21 of the report, page 111, you have staff recommends on several bullets, that the Board of Directors consider. Are you asking us to consider these today or on a future agenda?
So this would be if we initiated stage 2, these would be the top things we would at that time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else from the board members? Thank you so much. You might stick around because we'll have questions perhaps. Hey, anybody in-house? Yes, sir.
Hi, Dennis Dujic, ACOM, pardon me, I've been giving business presentations too long. Cambria resident, outstanding report, terrific work. I really want to applaud the staff and the R&I committee for the attention to state-of-the-art modeling and analysis tools. Great work. It's really bringing it forward. I have just a small minor technical question relative to page 15 of the report, which is 109 in your packet. And it's just a simple technical question. There are 4 footnotes identified in the table, but only 1 footnote at the bottom of the table. I think it looks like it was table 4P was brought from a different location and those footnotes maybe didn't come with it. So just a question as to where those footnotes might be and could they be added here for clarity. Otherwise, thank you. Terrific work.
Thank you, Mr. Did you want to speak to that? On page 109 or on page 15 of the report? He was looking at the footnotes.
I don't know that the copy I have lines up with the copy in the agenda packet. Which table was it?
Table.
Oh, table 5. Yeah. Yes, so this is a version, you'll see a version of this in every month's utilities report, and it will include all the footnotes. I apologize, they did not all appear here, but.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in house? Yes, please.
My body decided to wake me up at 1 o'clock this morning. So I've been sitting here in the hope that I can become a little more lively.
May I just ask
Instead,
you to
it's
give
been
us,
fairly soporific.
may I ask you for your name?
My name is Carol. The last name is Deem. I am here because I was erroneously charged over $600 for a lot cleaning that I don't own. I've been working with our wonderful fire department in Cambria, and I've been advised that I need to call the county. Now, I personally don't know how many different departments there are in the county, but I'm pretty sure there's more than 3. So if anybody can tell me which department I need to talk to get this rectified, they can charge the real owner of that property, which is right next door to me, and refund my money. There's a lot of things I can do with $603. So who do I call in the county of San Luis Obispo?
Ms. Deem, what I would do is I would refer you to our general manager, Mr. McElhaney, and we're going to take a break in about a half an hour and you can speak with him at that point to answer your question.
Deanna, I'm extremely hard of hearing, and trying to use hearing aids with these electronic devices just really screws it up. So for the most part, I didn't hear him tell him, which again, it's very soporific for me.
Yes.
So who do I talk to? Which one over here?
The guy in the white shirt.
In the white shirt?
Yep.
I'm coming for you.
You have to
And
get.
Haley, we have been exchanging emails over the CCSD site.
Yes, and I've responded to your multiple public records requests.
So let's wait until a
Had
break
anybody
and-
driven past my house on Spencer Street, they would have seen my big dome and the lot next door with the standing stumps.
I'll connect with you, ma'am, and we'll go over it. I will connect with you, ma'am, during the break and we'll go over it.
When is the break? Because I need to go home and go to bed soon.
It's at noon.
I'll be in my chair.
All right.
Do you have a card for her?
I do.
Okay.
Mr. Farmer, thank you for your service on this board. I signal him out because he's the only one I have seen downtown doing anything for the benefit of our town.
Thank you.
Ms. Deem, thank you so much. The fact that I might appear to be, that I am more visible doesn't mean that everybody else on this board and hundreds of people don't do a lot of volunteer work in this community, but thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else in-house have public comment? How about online?
Yes, Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Hey, Dr. Benenhausen? We can't hear you. How can we help?
She's unmuted.
She's unmuted. Okay. There's something on your end that is making you muted? Okay. All right. Please interrupt us when you actually can speak with us. Anybody else online?
No.
With that, President Scott, I just wanted to mention Mr. Reaper. So he's coming into his second year, maybe a little past his second year. And when he first started giving reports, there's a little bit of a deer in the headlights look. And I just want to commend Mr. Reaper on his growth as the program manager and his ability to present that report. I'm just really proud of him and his growth as one of our managers. So well done, Tristan.
Okay, let's go ahead back to Dr. Bettenhausen if we have, if we can
Thank
get.
you, Madam President.
You're welcome.
I agree that I made a mistake by not plugging in, and I plugged everything in, and I'm ready to go.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Two comments. On the pages of your document, I don't know if they match, but there is significant page problem in what is on the website. We go from page 15 to page 20, etc. This will not work if you expect the residents to be informed about your process. Please change the page numbers. Page 15 of the document is right after page 18 of the doc, etc. It's a mess. Not a mess of quality, certainly, but a mess of the organization of the pages in the website. The second thing I would suggest, after all these years of looking at this program, that instead of labeling on page, I have page 15 of your document, instead of labeling a table, table 5, potable water shortage assessment, DWR table 4, you label it projected annual water supply and demand assessment. Indicate that what starts in year July 2025 is a statistical projection. It's not actual numbers. None of this table is actual. It is all statistical projection that's pretty good imagination, but it's imagination. So I urge you to change the labeling of your tables, especially to possible water, annual water supply and demand assessment. Thank you very much. The end.
Thank you, Dr. Bettenhausen. Mr. Reaper, did you want to speak to that? Okay.
It appears I was relying too much on Microsoft Word's automatic page numbering system that has failed at me in this instance. So yes, I will make sure all the pages are updated correctly when we post this to the website. And I think it is mentioned in both in the requirements and in just the report itself that this is all statistical probability.
Yes.
This is all projected. It is all estimated. I mean, we're using actual demand numbers from prior years, but in terms of the projected demand and a projected supply, it is all projections and statistical probabilities.
Yeah, and on page 15 or page 109 of the agenda, it does say anticipated.
Thank you.
If I could just interject, anything that has gone wrong in this report, it's all AI, I mean, excuse me. It's not Mr. Reaper.
All right, thank you. Anybody else online?
No.
Okay. Anything else from the board members? All right. Do I have a motion? Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Thank you, President Scott. I I move the board approve the 2025-2026 annual water shortage assessment report and authorize staff to submit it to the Department of Water Resources.
Second.
Vice President Thomas,
Aye.
Director Dean.
Aye.
Director Farmer,
Aye.
Director Gray.
Aye.
President Scott.
Aye. Hey. Well, I'd like to take a break in 12 minutes. Is that soon enough? Okay. Well, not 12, 22. Is that soon enough? Okay. All right. Let's go to agenda item 6B then. Thank you, Mr. Reaper.
Thank you, Madam President. Agenda item 6B, discussion and consideration to approve the third amendment to the franchise agreement for integrated solid waste, recyclable materials, and organic material management services with Mission Country Disposal Incorporated, approving the new rate setting methodology. In May of last year, the district joined with 9 other public agencies serviced by Mission Country Disposal to review the proposed rate increase and negotiate a new rate setting methodology that was very outdated. R3 Consulting was retained by the city of San Luis Obispo to assist the city and acted as a lead agency in negotiating with Mission Country Disposal. At the January 16th special meeting, representatives from R3 and MCD made presentations, as you're aware, to the new proposed rate setting methodology, and those key points are below. And with that, we do have Mr. Claren here from Mission Country Disposal to answer any questions, and I'll turn it over to the board.
Hey, Mr. McLaren. Mr. Claren. Please come on up because you're going to have questions, I'm sure.
Sure thing, President Scott.
Did you want to say anything before we start?
I do want to introduce our newest municipal outreach coordinator. He's Zach Zimmerman. He's a former council member with Grover Beach. And Zach, if you want to stand up. So what do we find out is that he's going to really kind of coordinate with a lot of the districts, and including Matt, to kind of make sure that, I've got another person to kind of help out with the jurisdiction. So
Okay.
welcome, Zach Zimmerman.
Welcome, Mr. Zimmerman.
Pleasure to meet you all. I look forward to chatting more.
Yes. Okay, board members. Questions, comments? Nope.
No.
Okay. So do we have any public comment in-house? How about online?
No.
Okay, great. Then let's go ahead and, does the board want to discuss anything?
I could ask a question just to get,
Okay.
just for clarification, also for the public's use too. We had this special meeting on January 26th, 16th rather, where we adopted the new rates based on this methodology. I guess the question is, natural question is, this is the same methodology we were discussing in January when we adopted the new rate structure, right?
This is correct. There was two meetings in January. One was for the 1-year extension in January 9th, and the other one was the rate manual, which is January 16th. This agreement is memorializing it. All we did is that we worked with Mr. Carmel, and we just took anything that said the 1994 rate manual and replaced it with the new rate manual along with the methodology that R3 did. So this is just memorializing that January meeting.
Because my question comes out of the discussion of the amendments. I think it's on in the agreement, page 117 of the agenda, and I think three pages after that, that details changes. And I want to make sure they're not substantive in the sense that they change anything about the actual new method, but they're just to make sure everything is accurately describing it.
Yeah.
Right.
So
in terms of the past, basically there's no reference to the 1994 manual and all that.
that is correct.
Yeah.
So my question is, does this then result in a rate increase?
No. So what it is all is established the rate manual that you did. And basically for next year, it has a methodology that's going to show on there. And then it's like what Mr. McElhaney said, it's where it's a 2% or 5% in your staff report, depending on a floor and a cap.
So for today, there is no increase?
There is no rate increase today.
Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott, and thank you, Director Gray, for the question. I went through these side by side, had them both open, going through each of the amendments, and my notes, minor changes referencing the new manual. I found no other substantive changes.
Anything else from the board members? Hey, do we have any public comment? In-house? About online?
No.
All right. Yes,
So since there's no other questions and no public comment, are you ready for a motion?
I am, Director Dean.
Okay, so I move that we approve the third amendment to franchise agreement for integrated solid waste, recyclable materials and organic materials management services with Mission Country Disposal and approve the new rate setting methodology.
I second.
Director Dean, Director Gray,
Aye.
Director Farmer,
Aye.
Vice President Thomas.
Aye.
President Scott.
Aye.
Now, President Scott, if I could just say this, I think everyone in the community, even when people say, oh, the rates are going up and that type of thing, I rarely hear anybody complain about the service. And so I just want to reiterate that.
Yeah. I'm very much in support of that statement, and I talked with Mr. Claren about something that happened at my house just recently, so. And I think Director Dean has an experience with the same thing, so.
Yes, their customer service is wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you for coming all this way for this 5-minute agenda.
Yeah.
And
Direct-
enjoy the drive home.
Director Ray, do you have?
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go then to agenda item 6C. Mr. McElhaney.
Thank you, Madam President. Agenda item 6C, discussion and consideration of adopting of resolution 28-2025, adopting water and sewer inflationary rate increases for fiscal year 2025-2026. These proposed rate increases are for water and sewer inflationary rate increases necessary to provide adequate revenue to fund services for water and wastewater operations. They were approved on May 19th, 2022 by Resolution 32-2022, subject to the board prior to the implementation. These rate increases will be implemented on or after July 1st and July 1st, July 1st, 2025 and July 1st, 2026. And this is the maximum increase based on the consumer price index for California. And I'll turn it over to the board for any further discussion.
Okay, thank you very much. Board members. Yes, Director Gray?
Yeah, this is actually, both a question to confirm something, because it was in the budget, and maybe comment slightly. This does not cover the WRF rates, right? Those are still steady, are flat, as I understand it. This is just for the water and wastewater funds. So, and I think the thinking there is, which I endorse, is that the WRF actually still gets more revenue than its costs, so it's running kind of basically a surplus. And if you look at the budget, which we'll get to, obviously, the water and wastewater funds have a lot of things they have to spend money on, and the rates are spoken for. Let's say that. I wouldn't say they're inadequate, but they definitely, all that money is going to be spent on stuff that needs to be done. So and for the public to know this is important, because I don't want to raise rates any more necessary, and it's important to note that one of the 3 areas that we have rates for, i.e. the WRF, is not going to be raised at all.
Thank you. Any other board member comments, questions?
I also believe that this was part of our agreement for the COP financing for the SST program. The requirement that we keep up with the CPI. I keep wanting to say CIP, sorry, the CPI increases. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, and we did approve all of this in 2022, but we said that we would bring it back to the board every year. So thank
you. Yes, Director Farmer.
I just want some clarification from Director Gray. I believe he just made the comment, something along the lines of the WRF is running a surplus. Did you say that?
Well, I could turn it over to staff, but effectively, more revenue is coming in than it's spending in a given year. What goes into reserves or whatever is, of course, an expenditure, but maybe the staff could explain it a little better.
I'll give a stab at it, then I can turn over to Ms. Fritz or Mr. Green. So the WRF rates typically are in a surplus, which go into our reserves when we do have to operate the WRF and any maintenance of the WRF. Once that WRF starts to operate and we have to do brine hauling, if for any significant period, we're talking $60,000 a month in hauling at full operations. So there is a surplus from those WRF rates, primarily because the WRF is not operating.
That's thank you. It's kind of what I wanted to point out, that it has a surplus because it's not doing anything except accumulating funds. Thank you. Sorry, General Manager McElhaney, I just wanted to throw that in. Thank you. Also, President Scott, if I could just read something off of page 131.
Yes.
Okay, so down here at the bottom where it says the key factors driving the need for the rate increases, it says at one point, to help fund critical improvements for aging infrastructure, which of course is something we've needed to do for quite a while, and then go on further to provide a minimal prudent level of funding for repairs, replacements, and rehabilitation of aging infrastructure. So it's almost kind of slightly redundant there, those 2 comments. But I'm just grateful that we're finally addressing wastewater infrastructure improvements. But I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you, Director Farmer. Any other comments, questions from the board members? Do you still want to speak?
Speak.
All right. So let's go to public comment. And Mr. Taylor, this is the agenda item that you wanted to speak on. Did you have anything more you wanted to say? Nope. Okay. Anybody else in house? Yes. Ms. Heinrichs.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Director Dean, for pointing out that the rationale for these rates was not the improvements. It was actually to support the borrowing of $12 million. The exact words were that it will meet projected debt repayment requirements for financing an estimated $12 million of critical improvements to CCSD's wastewater treatment plant and sewer system facilities, which the board did borrow that $12 million. But apparently it wasn't really needed because only $4 million has been spent in the past almost 3 years. And it does seem that it could have been a smaller amount, $4 million could have been borrowed, and then those rate increases used to actually pay for the improvements that have not yet been done. So I've been trying to figure out what's been the cost to the district of carrying that additional $8 million in debt that we didn't really need, but I haven't been able to figure that out. So thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to clarify?
I believe going with the PG&E SST program froze the cost of doing these projects. And if we had tried to do it out of pocket, moving on, it would have cost us more and more and more. So that was part of the reason we did it the way we did.
Thank you. Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Yeah, and thank you, President Scott. And I wanted to add to Director Dean's comments that when you start a major capital project, a major upgrade, estimated to cost, say, $12 million, you need to be sure you have the funding for the entire project. The fact that there's a bit of perhaps a misconception. So we've spent $4 million to date, give or take. We're not done. And if that was all we had, we would be hanging out to dry at this point. So yes, prudent capital investment practices, you fund the entire project. You don't want to have to stop in the middle.
Thank you, Vice President Thomas. Yes, Director Farmer.
Yes, thank you, President Dean. Mr. Taylor said that he didn't want to make any further comment. I think as a sixth generation member of resident of Cambria, I'd appreciate it if he came back up and just restated what he said initially, since that was a little while ago. I'd just like to hear from him again. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Look at there. They want to hear what you have to say.
Well, I'm curious, what is the rate increase? Do we know that? I mean, you say that it's, what was the maximum percentage? And as far as so I remember as a young man, my grandma would get bills from the CCSD for water increases and stuff. And I remember she used to wash all the dishes for the family in one small bucket of water. And that's when it was pennies on the dollar. And now I hear about this, and yeah, I know the inflation and, federal and state and blah, blah, blah. It's like, I think that there could be other places where it could be looked at. I don't know, hotels with their commercial, they're dragging people in during the rate increases during certain months of tourism. I mean, I remember Cambria when there was one stoplight. I'm 40 years old. I remember one stoplight, $1.26 at the Shell station, and maybe a dozen stop signs in the entire town. This town thrived off of just its residents. They didn't survive, they thrived. Then we drag all these tourism in here. They trash a place, there's cigarette butts everywhere. I live on 46. They're driving 75 miles an hour. They're just destroying our place. And then we get these rate increases. I understand expenses more than most. I run a 1,600 acre ranch solely by myself, plus my business and my family. I know what expenses are. But I think that there's other ways that we can look at charging not everybody the same rate. I mean, you got retirees, you got renters. I mean, why are they getting increased when there's no vegetation in their yards? Maybe succulents or dry land irrigation, right? You know, from our fog. Why are they gonna get punished for, you know, the sins of others? That's, you know, my biggest concern is all of you, and I'm sure that I'm not falling on deaf ears, but I would like it to be looked at that not everybody get punished for something that could be directed at maybe some of these corporations that own these hotels instead of the mom and pops that it used to be. I remember growing up in the Legion as a little kid. My grandfather, my father, everybody knew everybody. You don't know anybody in town anymore. And I guess that's about all I have to say is just consider the folks that can't really afford the increase and look at the ones that should afford. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just realized that actually Mr. Taylor wanted to address item 6B, and we're on item 6C. So that was my mistake, but I appreciate the fact that he did speak, get up and speak to concerns that a lot of us have. And thanks for your historical observations. Thanks.
No, it was 60. It was 60. I do want to clarify for Mr. Taylor that there is a difference in rates for, well, why don't you go ahead, Mr. McElhaney?
Mr. Green will say it more eloquently than I
Okay.
do, but we do have different tiers and different rates for commercial versus residential.
Okay.
And there are also tiers for usage, going over certain allotted usage, then that fee structure changes. Did I say that?
No, that's great. Yeah, you have a base fee, a surcharge, and then a tiered rate of consumption.
Yeah, and just to note, the actual increase is 2.9%
Yes.
across the board.
I was going to refer to the document here, 2.9% increase based on CPI.
And we do offer a discounted rate for disadvantaged families. And
That's true. Okay. Anything else in-house? Yes, sir.
Dennis Dujic again. I wasn't planning to speak, but since Mr. Taylor spoke, I couldn't help myself. The district can do the best for its residents by ending the moratorium on the water wait list. The revenue generation potential from that action is humongous. I don't have any numbers in front of me, but I have discussed them with the general manager and the folks who own lots on the water wait list have expressed their enthusiastic desire to be generous in working with the district on connection fees and other fees that may be appropriate, Melrose District development, and other creative ways to bring additional revenue into the district. And for that reason alone, you would have sufficient justification to do that, recognizing there are a lot of impediments in the way. We know there's imperial entanglements along the coast, and we appreciate those challenges. However, moving forward with a plan would be in the best interest of all parties. So, and seriously in the best interest of the Cambria residents, like Mr. Taylor and all the residents here. So again, I just would like to refresh the discussion and hope that in future agenda items, there are items there that say, okay, we understand where we are. We understand the WRF constraints. We understand the imperial entanglements. And nonetheless, we're going to proceed with a prudent course of action, because if you don't have a plan, you're going to end up somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dudzik. Is there anyone else in house that would like to make a comment? Yes, sir. Mr. Howell.
Oh, just very briefly, two things. As we go into the future and we do discuss issues about connection fees and those things and what possible assistance to our budget it would be to remove the moratorium, I think there is a lack of clarity as to what the district can charge people for, and that whatever the district charges, it has to relate to an actual service that's provided. So there is some issue there that would have to be clarified. The other thing I wanted to just remind people about, and this has to do with the aging infrastructure that we have and the fact that our sewer system is quite old and subject to failures, is that one reason why we had to do it, in addition to preserving the cost, is we had to start this project. If we simply did it as needed and we allowed things to break and then fix them, the consequences of having a sanitary sewer overflow are quite severe. The fines are absolutely phenomenal. So it made very good sense to take a broader view and to reduce the risk of our sewer system failing. And the other thing about that, which just to piggyback on Mr. Dudzik, is that you cannot have a civilization if you do not dispose of the sewage properly.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. Did you want to speak?
Yeah, I had a quick question actually for staff. I guess a kind of a footnote to a couple of comments. There was mention of the connection fees. I think they call them capacity fees now. I wanted to make sure, because we mentioned when we were talking about the the consent agenda, the expenditure report, that we have a new consultant working on the issue of our whole fee structure. That includes the capacity fees, I understand, right? And so we would get because those have not been updated or analyzed since, I think, 2013. It is obviously long overdue that we do that. That's included in what the work they're doing now, isn't it, Mr. McElhenney?
That's correct, Director. Yeah.
Yeah. And so when do we think we'll have the numbers, the new rates proposed?
We're hoping October. So we've given them several amounts of data points for ourselves, and they started that process.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Director Gray. Yes, Director.
And, thank you, President Scott.
You're welcome.
I just wanted to say that I believe what Mr. Howell said is accurate on the connection charges, that we can only charge the actual cost of connecting it. We cannot charge more than that. So, and I think Mr. Carmel could say whether I'm correct or not.
Mr. Carmel.
Yes, you are 100% correct. You can only charge the cost of the service provided.
Yeah. Thank you very much. That's
Thank
what I
you.
thought. Yeah.
Okay, is there any other public comment in-house? How about online?
No.
Okay. Any other discussion from the board? Do I have a motion?
Is as much as we just have distaste for ever raising rates, our responsibility is to Cambrians today and for generations to come. And as many have pointed out, there are maintenance needs that are substantial coming our way. So with that, yeah, I move that the board adopt resolution 28-25, adopting water and sewer inflationary rate increases for fiscal year 25-26.
Second.
Vice President Thomas,
Aye.
Director Dean,
Aye.
Director Gray,
Aye.
Director Farmer,
Aye.
President Scott.
Aye. Okay, so we are going to take a break now. It is 12:05, almost 12:06. Shall we say 30 minutes? That enough? Okay, so let's come back at 12:36. Thank you. Bring the meeting of the Cambria Community Services District back into order. Thank you for coming back, and let's go to agenda section 7 and start with agenda item 7A.
Thank you, Madam President. Agenda item 7A, public hearing and discussion regarding the status of district job vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts in accordance with Assembly Bill 2561. There's no fiscal impact directly related to the item. Assembly Bill or AB 2561 requires all California public agencies to evaluate and address challenges related to workforce recruitment and retention. This bill mandates that our district governing body hold a public hearing to gather community feedback on hiring challenges, employee retention, and the impact it has on our workforce and service delivery. Both of our unions have been invited. SEIU declined to attend. We do have President of IFF, Mr. Michael Castellanos, here as well. And with that, I'll turn it over to the board.
Board members? No? Okay, Vice President Thomas.
I did want to, thank you, President Scott. I did want to comment, as I was looking in the preliminary budget on the 2 pages, the 2 organization charts, I kind of highlighted who's new and who's left. And yes, we've had some challenges, but darn, we've had some great continuity. And that just tells me we're doing something right. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Especially with leadership. Any other board members? Okay. Mr. Castellano, is he on? Oh, hey. Come on. Hello.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Members of the board, Madam President. My name is Michael Castellanos. I'm here speaking on the behalf of Cambria Firefighters Local 4635. We appreciate the district holding this public hearing under Assembly Bill 2561, and we value the effort to be transparent about staffing. We respectfully request that future reports reflect all active classifications with regard to recruitment and retention, particularly those affected by funding adjustments, promotional successions, and enduring retention issues. Cambria continues to lose qualified firefighters due to a clear and growing wage gap with surrounding agencies, limited incentive pay, and basic benefits shortfalls. But what hurts our department the most isn't the vacancies, it's the loss of experience, training, and local knowledge that leaves with those firefighters. It takes years to truly understand how to protect and serve this unique community. We can't replace that kind of knowledge quickly or easily. And unfortunately, each hiring process draws fewer applicants every year. Our reputation as a training ground for other departments is growing. In the past 6 years, we've seen 7 full-time firefighters and 15 reserve firefighters leave for our neighboring agencies. And not to forget about the 3 that we're losing in July. These are not isolated cases. They're symptoms of a system that needs to be adjusted if we want to keep strong, local, career-minded professionals in this department. We're not here to criticize. We're here to help fix it. Assembly Bill 2561 gives us the tool to talk about these issues honestly. We ask that this discussion reflect the full picture moving forward. Thank you for your time and your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else from in-house who'd like to make a statement? How about online?
Yes, Elizabeth Benhausen.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Bettenhausen?
Elizabeth, you have to unmute.
Madam President, is this the public hearing? It's unclear from your statement in 7A whether you are deciding whether or not to call a public hearing or whether this is the public hearing. I'd like an answer to that before I ask my next question.
Mr. Carmel?
Is it the public hearing?
Yes, this is a public hearing, Dr. Bettenhausen.
My next question is as follows. I have noticed over the past 2 years or so, a significant loss of community members who work for the district. I haven't had a chance to, well, I have had a chance, but I haven't taken it. But I haven't had a chance to look at the reasons for their departure. But I think that this is a premature public hearing in that there are perhaps, and I underline perhaps, major reasons for the departure of so many of the staff. The director, the vice president might have found consistent retention, but I have found consistent leaving. And I think that it's premature to have a public hearing with so little notice about the nature of it. Well, I'll repeat that. It's immature and premature to have a public hearing with so little information as to take up only 3/4 of a page. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bettenhausen. Any other online?
No.
Okay. So, do we have a board member questions or comments at this point? Nope. Nope.
I will say this, excuse me, I should have,
It'll be okay.
and thank you, President Scott. I just want to say that I guess I should be grateful. There's only three positions that we're seeking right now. And hopefully we'll have some good fortune in filling those positions. I'm grateful for the people that stay here and serve the district and the community as well as they do. I just want to say that. And I can kind of understand, especially with the cost of living here in Cambria, that some people choose to work elsewhere. So thank you.
Yes, Director Dean.
So we're losing all 3 reserve firefighters. So is that going to reduce the number of people that we have available to be on the truck? Because we are 4 people per truck now. So is that going to reduce the number of people available to be on the fire truck?
Yes, Director Dean, we're actually losing our grant-funded firefighters, which are safer firefighters funded through
right.
FEMA.
Okay.
I believe we've had them for almost 3 years now, and they just didn't renew that grant. So those 3 firefighters, as of July 1, I believe, will June 30th, stand corrected, will no longer be with the district, unfortunately. And that will reduce our daily staffing from what we call 4-0 to 3-0. So three firefighters on an engine.
And we do not have the funds to hire them on permanently?
We do not, no. We do have one reserve position open. Traditionally, we had a more robust reserve program. But as Mr. Castellanos noted, it's very difficult to keep those reserve firefighters because essentially what we do is we start training them up. They've already attended a fire academy. We equip them, we outfit them with personalized turnouts. And, shortly after that, 2 months, 3 months, these very lucky gentlemen, because maybe we don't have a position open here in Cambria full time, they go and start working for other agencies, which is great. It's a great growing experience for the reserves, but it's a very costly experience for us to continually rehire, retrain, and re-outfit with this equipment. And these turnouts and boots are all very expensive. So we're pretty much just going to hold one reserve position as kind of an emergency backup. If someone does go out sick and we don't have someone to bring in, we might be able to bring that reserve firefighter to make the engine whole.
Okay, thank you. It's a shame we're losing firefighters that we have trained and that have the experience working with Cambria.
Thank you, Director Dean. Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott. And I'm thinking back a few years, my wife and I had just moved here to Cambria, and there was, I think it was a special assessment to hire the fourth on the engine, and it was a no-brainer to us. Like, we voted for it, absolutely. Do we take another pass at that? I assume this is let's talk about what we can do. So let's talk about it. And yeah, and that was well communicated. There were community meetings. So it was done well. But we've got a new crew. We have a new general manager. We have a new fire chief. We have some momentum, some credibility, some passion here. Let's give it a go. Let's look at that.
Absolutely, Vice President Thomas. Some of that discussion has started to be broached with Director Gray in the Fire Protection Committee. We've broached the subject of working with another fire benefits assessment that would be updated with a broader scope to include, not just equipment and staffing, as we've talked to the fire engines to death. But there's a lot of other critical infrastructure need for the fire department, staffing, equipment, and then fire preparedness, evacuation routes. And so we are looking at the potential for a benefits assessment, running it through the board and working with Mr. Carmel on how to proceed with that.
Yes, Director Gray.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott. And just to clarify, the benefit assessment is going to be a different process. So we have an example of it in the agenda today. It does not require the 2/3 vote like a parcel tax does, but it's also, there has to be a very clear nexus of benefit to properties that vote on it. And it's much more complicated, as you can see from the document of the 2003 one that we're refunding. So as Mr. McElhenney says, we are looking at a lot of different needs in the fire department, and when you add them all up, it's pretty impressive, unfortunately. And it's not just additional staffing, but also additional, making sure people are paid adequately and things like that too. So I'm going to get into details about it, but there's a lot of competing interests on that for that money.
I have a question too, and that is, do you do exit interviews when these people are planning to leave?
We typically do that. It's usually done with the department head. So I know the fire chief, for instance, definitely, and the fire chief's really close with these firemen. They're in the same house, right next to each other all day long, short of running calls. So those conversations are had pretty consistently at the fire department level. I know Mr. Green has conversations with his gentlemen when they move and transition into other positions. The same with admin, F&R. With government work, there are a lot of people that and individuals that are advancing their careers. They're promoting,
Yeah.
I'm holding on to these three to my right with as much as I can because they're the next future of some other organization, and so that's just the way sometimes this goes. But we do try to best to recruit and retain. But again, we're a special district, revenue strained, challenged, and so it's hard always to pay everybody what you want to pay them, and still keep the wheels on, so to speak. But yeah, we do have those conversations.
Okay, thank you. Do you have documentation so you can look at a trend?
Since I've been here, it's been more verbal conversations, but we definitely can start that.
I think that might be
Sure.
beneficial. Yeah. Anything else from the board members? Anything else in-house? Public comment on this agenda item? How about online?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. So, because this is a public hearing, do we then need to close the public hearing? We need a motion for that? Mr. Carmel?
We've normally done these fairly informally.
Okay.
So I don't think a motion to close the public hearing, just as long as it's made clear to the public that their chance to speak is ending.
Okay. So for the public, your chance to speak is ending. Okay, thank you. Let's go then to agenda item 7B. Mr. McElhaney. This is a public hearing.
All right, agenda item 7B, public hearing to discuss and consider adoptions of resolution 29-2025, approving the CCSD preliminary budget for fiscal year 2025, 2026, and resolution 30-2025, establishing the fiscal year 2025, 2026 appropriations limit. With that, I will turn it over to Ms. Fritz.
Thank you.
Welcome, Ms. Fritz.
Hello, President Scott. So I'll go over the staff report first, which is just showing a summary in the first paragraph for the fiscal impact, which is showing that overall, the general fund is that we have budgeted for a $269,601 net income, and you can see the makeup of that by each department. Then going down to the enterprise funds, they are being budgeted in total to a balanced budget of 0. So the attachments that we'll go over later will go into detail about what is making up those total amounts. Another part of this process is approving the appropriation limit, which is a requirement for us by the Spending Limitation Act. And in Exhibit A, you will see the calculation of that. And our appropriation limit for 25-26, the fiscal year of 25-26 has been calculated for the $4,086,112. And we have been allocated by the county. Their estimate to allocate to us is $250,830. So we are well underneath our appropriation limit. And so with that, we can go to the bulk of the preliminary budget and go over that. So you will see the table of contents starting on page, are these numbers? Let me see. Yeah, so this is page 2, but I think that's page 2 of the actual document, not of the packet itself. So
158.
158?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can't see those on this version. Okay, so the table of contents goes over what is in this report. This narrative is new this year based upon board feedback from last year. This was typically included with the final budget. So bear with me here. And I'd like to thank Ms. Dodson for helping me get all of this together. It is teamwork over here. So the summary, I'm not gonna read all of this, but if there's any questions on the summary, obviously I can address any of those, and you guys can stop me at any point to ask questions as we're going through this. So you can see the summary, and then on page 5 is just a table that shows the combined preliminary budget. So this is just a summary view of what you'll see in the detailed pages, and it's outlining all of the revenues for the district and then all of the expenditures. And we break that out between the general fund and the enterprise funds, which we'll go over in detail. And I also outline the changes in the revenue from year to year, and the changes in the expenditures. This is just a high level summary. And just going through to the next page, page 6, talking about the property tax allocation and the general fund trade-offs that we have to consider while we're doing the budget. And we outline here where you can find all of the different budget schedules for the different departments. And we're also trying to line up our strategic goal alignments with how we're budgeting. So that goes through to on page 8, you'll see the administrative cost allocation, which if you all remember, we redid through the finance committee. We redid our methodology of how we're calculating that. So this is the first year that has been implemented, which was approved by the board through the budget policy process. So that's detailed out there. Just kind of trying to highlight the significant items. And again, if you have any questions on this document itself, why don't we go to that before we get into the detail schedules? No?
Oh, yes, Vice President Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott. Just a couple small things and then maybe a slightly larger one. On page 4 of the budget narrative, page 160, the second paragraph from the bottom, that second sentence that reads, service levels are being evaluated to address operational deficits within the department. When you read that, you wonder what department it's talking about. And in last year's budget narrative, there was a sentence about the shortfalls in facilities and resources. And this was the second sentence that related to that. That is the budget, the F&R budget shortfall, I guess, was deleted here. So that sentence kind of comes out as, what does it connect to? Where it says service levels are being evaluated to address operational deficits within the departments.
Well, maybe it should say departments with a
Yes.
S, because I think we look
Of
at
course.
service levels in all departments.
Plural.
Yes.
That explains everything. It sounds like you're mentioning a singular, right? And then on page 6 of the budget narrative, near the bottom, page 162, over time, as the CCSD continues to maintain yada yada, it says the general fund budgets for fire, F&R, and administrative departments will continue to decline. And I think what we mean here, because the budgets are not declining, they're increasing. But I think what we mean is the pace is not keeping up with the needs. So as worded, it sounds like an incorrect statement, where it says the budgets continue to decline. So
Well, I mean, I would argue that the revenues are not declining, the revenues go up, but the budget, when I say budget, I'm speaking to the revenue and less the expenditures. So we could argue that those are declining because expenditures are outpacing the revenue, even though revenues are going up. But I can see, we have highlighted that as a sentence to maybe reword for the final budget. But when I say budget, I'm not just talking about revenues. I'm talking about the revenue and the expenditures, so the whole picture. And I would say that overall, since I've been here, that expenditures are outpacing the revenue growth.
yeah, and the expenditures are also increasing, but just not, it's the needs that
Well,
we're keeping up.
they're increasing more than the revenues. So overall, the budget is declining. Because when I say budget, I'm looking at revenue and expenditures,
All right.
not just revenues.
And to many practical minds, budget means this is how much money we're authorized to spend. And so, it's, maybe it could be revised to be
Yeah,
universally true.
Yeah, the revenue budget is what we're authorized to spend. So when I say budget, it's just both, but we're going to reword that for the final version.
What sentence is that?
Oh, there's a couple lines from the bottom of page 6, AKA page 162.
Okay.
If it just is, may I make a quick suggestion here for wording? What we're talking about is increasing budget shortfalls. So you might want to say the general fund shortfalls in the general fund budgets for et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, will continue to increase. That would be, that's what we're talking about here, I think.
So, and then the other thing I just wanted to bring up, we've, last year, the property tax allocation for Parks and Recreation went to 0 and it remains at 0. And I want to preface this with universally, fire protection will always be, and providing water, the highest priorities that we have. But we have, LAFCO has assigned to this district responsibility for Parks and Recreation. So, some level of balance, to me, it just seems that 0 isn't the right number to allocate to Parks and Recreation. If this is the appropriate item to bring that up, I'd like to bring that up. If not, I'd like to bring that up in the future.
So where are you seeing that we allocate 0 to Parks and Recreation?
Yeah, it's 1%.
Right there on page 6, the pie chart.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the pie chart 2 years ago, it had 2% to Parks and Recreation.
So when Parks and Recreation no longer was a department, they the board changed the structure of that pros department and made it a committee. That money was moved up to F&R. So facilities and resources budget in 23-24 was 772,000. I'm rounding. And in 24-25, it was 835,000. So the 55,000 approximately that was in pros in 23-24 was moved up to F&R. And so as we allocate the increases every year, this year the county gave me a 4% increase. That is being distributed to that 835,000, which includes absorbing the $55,000 from pros. So you can, if you go back and look at the 23-24 budget, you can see that F&R's budget increased from 772 to 835. So that money is being, it is now was moved up to F&R, and they're still tasked with the Parks and Recreation function. So, how we're budgeting that money is what we're discussing here today in the preliminary budget.
I hear what you're saying.
Okay.
Yeah. And I've looked at, each of the 3 years budgets, and, yet, the numbers were, 27% and 2%, to F&R and 2% to pros, and now it's 27% to F&R. So that percentage didn't, and when you do the math, the percentage did not go up to pros. And yeah, the budget increased, but it appears that that percentage allocation ended up elsewhere. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I can't, so I would say the 55,000 that was moved up to F&R just did not move the scale to bring it up a whole percentage point. So the percentage is calculated on the percentage of the total budget that were allocated. So, I mean, I would have to go recalculate those for each year, which the general manager, instructed me yesterday to do some deep diving into the historical way that property taxes have been allocated. So I'm in the process of that. But I can say numbers wise, that $55,000 that was allocated to pros in 23-24 is in the 24-25 F&R budget. And you can see that with the numbers. What I would say, without having done the calculation quite yet, is that just didn't move the total percent of the total of F&R up a whole percentage point. And so those percentages do shift a little bit based upon rounding and whatever, based upon how much we're allocating on the county's projections of revenue. So, I mean, I am planning on doing an analysis of how it's moved through the years. But the pros money went into F&R, and you can clearly see that if you look at the dollar amount, not the percentage, but the actual dollar amount.
Right. Yeah. And the 54,000 you're talking about was 2% of that property tax, total.
Pros.
Yeah.
I mean,
So-
I don't have it in front of me. I don't know if it was 2% of the property tax. 55,000, I don't think is 2% of, again, I don't want to say because I'm
Yeah.
not doing the calculation right in front of me, but we will be doing, a total calculation. But the 55,000 was moved to F&R in 24-25.
Yeah, so it sounds like for future discussion, but it's just easy to see on the chart, on the table, pie chart on page 6 of budget narrative shows the allocations of 27%, 2% and 72%, whereas the equivalent pie chart 2 years ago showed 2%, 27% and 70%. So those calculations do bear out in the numbers. So we're maybe not on the same page, but in any case, I just wanted to open the discussion of have, some consideration by the board of placing some small, very small portion of the budget focused on Parks and Recreation, where it currently has no funding.
Well, this says 1%.
Pardon me?
So I think we follow direction of allocating property taxes based upon your direction. So you can
Absolutely.
tell us if you want us to change how we allocate. And that's why I'll be doing an analysis of how we've done it in the past and be able to present it to everyone. And then the board can change the way we allocate property taxes. And again, I'd like to say the money that we allocated to pros that used to show up in the budget as a separate item was moved up to F&R because the board decided to no longer have a pros department. They changed it to a committee, and committees are not funded with dollars. So the money is still there. It's just in facilities and resources. And so this preliminary budget is a chance for you all to say, we would like to allocate that 55,000 that was absorbed into F&R in a different way, if you would like it to be absorbed, to be spent in a specific way that targets Parks and Recreation, because Facilities and Resources is responsible for our Parks,
Absolutely.
Recreation, and Open Space.
Yeah, and I want to confirm, absolutely. As finance manager, you have precisely followed, executed board direction. Absolutely. So there's no question there. And what I'm bringing up is for the board's consideration. And also, there's a bit of a conflation from pros commission to pros committee. The only difference there, I mean, the pros commission never had a budget. The pros commission was a commission and
No,
they
They did have a budget.
They did have a budget.
there was a pros department budget, but all you have to do is look at their bylaws, and they had no authority for expenditure. Their authority was essentially the same. Their authority was to recommend to the board, and the board would approve funding. The pros commission never had authority to expend.
I think that is one of the reasons that, if I remember correctly, when the board met on that, they decided to move it from a commission to a committee because that money was allocated there and it wasn't really ever being spent because they didn't have the authority to spend it. So again, those functions are managed by facilities and resources. And so that budget got put into facilities and resources to manage.
Yeah, to me, it's similar to Mr. Green, as utilities manager, has authority for the water budget, and he has authority for the WRF budget. They're two different budgets, yet in water, responsibility for both. In this case, F&R, has responsibility for F&R scope and for Parks and Recreation, which are different powers.
Just let me interject.
Yeah.
Since this discussion would be something other than what we're talking about right now, perhaps we'll have that on a future agenda. So let's just go ahead.
Yeah, and thank you for entertaining the, the somewhat rambling discussion. Thank you.
Yes, Director Dean.
President Scott.
Yeah,
sorry.
that's okay.
The 1% that's on the pie chart is
Yeah.
for wastewater. It's for reimbursement of the discount that we give the low-income wastewater department customers.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And they get a flat $25,000 a year. That does not increase unless the board wanted to increase it. So they do not get they do not get an increase in the allocation as, like the other departments get 4%. The wastewater is a flat $25,000 a year.
And if I may, okay, I know you want to bring this as a future agenda item, but
No, it's
I
okay.
just wanted to clarify that in the past, when PROS was a PROS commission, they had budgeted for PROS, even though it was $55,000 in that 2%, but all that was budgeted for PROS was $3,000 for a grant writer and $15,793 to update the 2009 community park plan. So there was money budgeted for those items for the PROS commission, but it's not a commission anymore. It's a committee, it's an advisory committee. So it's in the F&R budget.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's stop with that. Okay. Let's go
Okay.
ahead. Thank you.
So I'm going to move into the detailed reports. Is that okay?
Yeah, what page?
With everyone? Okay, so we're gonna.
Excuse me,
Oh,
Yes.
I'm sorry, that's all right. Director Stott didn't see I had my light on. So my apologies, Ms. Fritz. So I just want to ask a couple of questions. So here on page 163 or page 7 or 164, page 8. So under strategic goal alignment, fire protection and emergency services, and it says under budget assumptions, continue to seek grants, et cetera. And then on the next page, strategic goal alignment for facilities and resources, budget assumptions, continue to research grant opportunities. The reason I bring this up is because first, I want to congratulate the four folks that are sitting across from me here, as well as Mr. Aguirre from Facilities and Resources, and the efforts that they make to seek out grants. I just want to know overall, how successful would you say, and I guess this would be addressed to General Manager McElhaney, how successful do you feel we have a district have been in obtaining grants that we've sought? What have prevented some of those grants applications from being successful? And is there anything that we as a board can do to improve the situation?
Thank you, Dr. Farmer. Well, since I arrived in February of 23, sorry, April, thank you, Haley. We did acquire the skate park grant or started wrapping that process up. And that was one of our first grants that we received, the tourism board. We are working on a grant with Mr. Panetta's office through the federal government for funding of a fire engine. He moved that request forward. And so that's in DC right now. And it's a little shaky in DC right now. So we'll see how that all works out. So I think like we've done a pretty good job. One of the hard parts is we don't qualify for some of these grants or are not at the top of the list for funding for some of these grants because we're not a disadvantaged community. I know there's disadvantaged community members. I know that there's fixed income and things like that, but unfortunately we're in this weird pocket of the coast in which we don't qualify for some of these grants. So I believe we're doing a good job. Mr. Green has been successful with some grants, not only for the restroom, but for the Stewart Street tanks. So I think overall we're doing pretty well. And we are trying to be pretty aggressive about grants. I don't think there's anything the board can do. The most recent decision to allow us to apply for the grants without coming to the board and delaying that process, just as long as I let the president and vice president know, has freed us up a little bit to really seek these grants. So I think the board has done all it can do, and we just have to kind of keep grinding to seek out these grants.
All right, I kind of anticipated the answer, but I just wanted to hear it from you in case people out in the community were curious in this area. So thank you so much.
Okay, Ms. Fritz.
Okay, so going to page 12, this is the general fund summary. The general fund is comprised of the fire department, which is represented as Department 01, Facilities and Resources Department 02, and Administration Department 09. And President Scott, I'd like to ask you, do you think it would be beneficial for me to go over the format of the report?
Yes.
Okay. So on page 13, our budget report that comes out of our ERP software has these following columns. There's the original total budget. So you can see that there for the revenue amount, which is 4.2 million, and expenses of 3.9 million. And then you can see the general fund surplus is 269,000. If it was a deficit, it would have a minus sign or parentheses. We'll see later. The current total budget is just the current total budget. So when I bring forward the final budget, you will see a different number in the current total budget because that's where adjustments are made. We try and keep the original total budget should equal the preliminary budget that you approve today or when you approve it. The current total budget is where you will see throughout the year when we do budget adjustments, it will show up there. So we always have a true reflection of what was approved through the preliminary process. Any budget adjustments would be shown in the current total budget, as well as those encumbrance roll forwards that you approve in the final budget process for capital projects we're rolling forward. Period activity represents activity that happens in the current month that we are in. This is going to be 0 because this is a future budget. Fiscal activity will be the total of the current, the period activity plus anything else that has happened before. Encumbrances are obligations that we like to show. So they'd be representative of purchase orders, some contract agreements that are of large dollar value that we will show there. It's like a memo only field. It does not represent a true expenditure as soon as that money isn't, but it's like a footnote. So we know that we've made a promise basically to spend that money. And when that money is spent, it reduces the encumbrance and moves over to fiscal activity. And then you'll have your variance. In a favorable or unfavorable, and then the percent remaining of the budget. So that's how every report is going to be organized. So then on page 15 starts the fire budget. know if you just want to ask questions on these, or if you want me, I mean, we have our salaries and we have our revenue is listed first, the fees, property taxes. Then we have our salaries and benefits. Our service and supplies charges are listed down there, which includes utilities, travel, professional services, all of those items are listed there. And then we have some debt service, the principal and the interest on the truck that is representative of the chief's vehicle is the only thing that the fire department is financing right now. And then the allocation, the overhead allocation, the fire department share of the overhead allocation, which I can explain, but so the admin department, which is Department 09, which we'll go over, all of those expenditures get allocated out to all of the departments because they do not receive property taxes. They do not receive any, well, they receive a little revenue, but so all of those expenditures are allocated out to the departments. And so that is fire's share of the admin expenditures. And then on page 18, you'll see just kind of not like the summary budget, but a little higher summary, which can be beneficial to look at it in that way too. I always like to look at things kind of at the higher level and then dig down if I need to. So, and you can see here on page 18, the surplus that we're budgeting for fire is $9,360, which in the budgeting world, we'd call a balanced budget. It's, not a lot of money, but we'd call it balanced. So does anyone have any questions on the fire budget?
Yes, Director
Yeah,
Gray.
thank you, President Scott. Yeah, quick question on just to identify something in the tax in the property tax area. I'm sorry, it's in the fire department. Let me see. It's SB 2557 tax. What is that?
So there's an administration fee.
That's the county's administration fee
Yes,
for
that I
collecting property
allocate out
taxes?
to
Okay.
each department
Okay. It's good
based
enough.
upon their percentage of the property taxes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, and Vice President Thomas.
Thank you, President Scott. I just wanted to ask to clarify, I think what I heard is the original total budget column for the rest of the year will be the number that we approved today.
Correct.
And then in a few months, when we do the final budget, if that number is different, the original total budget won't change. It'll be the next column.
Correct.
Okay, that's an aha. And also just, I think may have said this before, but this explanation was very helpful. And the explanation you gave to the Finance Committee a couple of months ago was eminently helpful as you went through in detail on each of those columns. Maybe that was this, or maybe it was a CIP, but thank you for that. Just wanted to comment, yeah, the fire department has no capital projects in here.
No.
And so that surplus is pretty skinny, right?
Yeah, they did not get any capital projects approved this fiscal year.
Hey. Oh, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. One more fire-related question. Speaking of capital projects, so forth. How does the money that was raised in the big, the barbecue
The
fundraiser, yes, enter into the budget process? It's not there obviously yet, right?
It's not here yet, and I would say that that's probably going to be a work in progress. We've never really had to deal with that. So I have not been a part of discussions on how we're going to manage those funds. I'm assuming with the general manager and with legal counsel and with how that money is going to flow. We do have a, I guess, model of how we take money from the outside with the skate park, with the Cambria Community Council. We have an MOU with them, and I have a process where, when we get invoices in, I invoice them and I take the money in. And so I don't know if it's going to be the same, but
I can speak to it.
Okay, thanks.
I met with Mr. Carmel and we've discussed it. So It is my understanding that those fundraising monies are being run through the Fire Safe Council
Oh.
as the pass-through 501c3. From there, when we get closer to the purchasing of equipment and or remodeling of the kitchen, whatever it may be, I'll work with Mr. Carmel on how those funds are moved. It's a little tricky. It's not impossible, but we want to be careful about how that's done because there's implications financially in terms of prevailing wage or no prevailing wage, which is a significant difference in costs on some of these items. So Mr. Carmel can, add to what I'm saying, but we're working with the 501c3 and eventually when those monies arrive at their level, which I'm not sure where they are. Mr. Castellanos is gone, but the fire department is already working on quotes and different things like that for those items. Our CIP list will remain intact until some of those items are complete, whether through the fundraising efforts or if there's a need for a budget adjustment mid-year because those fundraising efforts didn't cover an item, so to speak. We'll bring it forward that way.
Okay, Vice President Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott. It brings to mind another potential model. The Friends of the Fiscally Ranch Preserve, and I'm not sure exactly how this works, but they are paying some portion of the cost of the invoices for spraying of invasives on the Fiscally Ranch Preserve, and that happens pretty simply. And
They pay the vendors directly. None of their money comes through us. Yeah.
isn't that great? And
Yeah.
if there's a way that this can be simple, I mean, I just, as one director, I would hope that as a board, we don't make it any more complicated for staff than it has to be. However, it can work the most simply because good-hearted people funded the the firefighters with some things that out of the goodness of their hearts they really wanted to see the firefighters have, and let's reduce the whatever tape there is, no blue tape, no masking tape, no, and please, red tape, but that we don't have to add.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Fritz.
You ready to move on?
Yeah.
Okay. So on page 20, you'll see the start of the facilities and resources budget. And again, on page 21, you can see that the fees and revenues, and that's their property tax allocation. So they've been allocated $870,000 this year. They are getting some EV charging station revenue, and the vets hall revenue. You can see the salary and wages, benefits, all of the services and supply departments or accounts. And they were allocated some capital expenditure money this year for the refinishing of the floors and the roof repairs. So you'll see those two in there under capital outlay. That is on page 22 and it's category 60. So any new CIP is going to be listed on this original budget total. What you're going to see in the current budget is the roll forward of the projects that were not completed this year. So if they're requesting or been approved for new capital projects, you will see them on this preliminary budget report, just to clarify that. So they got allocated for two projects, and then their allocation of the overhead. And so they are being budgeted with a deficit of $56,000. So in total, that will come out of, or that it will be funded by some of the revenues that is brought in the admin department, which you can see more clearly on the summary pages. So does anyone have any questions on the facilities and resources?
Yes,
budget?
Vice President Thomas.
Thank you, President Scott. I just wanted to ask, as I went through this, is anyone else surprised that the revenue from the EV charging station is just $3,000? I thought, wow, that's it must be a good deal to charge here. Um, you know, if I assume 300 days, it's like $10 a day. It's like,
Yeah, it's Vice President Thomas, thank you. We only can charge what it costs to provide the service. So it's really not a revenue making mechanism. And as an owner of an EV, I've seen the difference between charging at our Vets Hall compared to charging a Bluebird. Because the Bluebird motel is much more expensive. So there's a difference in cost there. So we are charging just what it costs for providing the service.
And we're still trending activity. So this, what we brought in this year, this was our first year. It wasn't even budgeted for in 24, 25. And so I'm kind of being conservative, I guess, in my estimate of what we're going to bring in next year. And if we bring in more, that would be wonderful, but it'll be a full year. And, hopefully people are, I see people using it all the time. So it could be more than 3,000, but that is the budget that we've allocated towards that. Okay, so then on page 25, you will see the admin department. And this is where you'll see, on page 26, you'll see the franchise fees come in here, get a small amount for vacation rentals, interest income, and we have radio vault rent. So we rent out some space to the county for a radio vault. And some SB 1090 property tax gets allocated in the admin department as well. You can see salaries, benefits, and again, the services and supplies, all of those. And then you can see where I'm allocating out in allocated overhead. You can see that is a negative. So that's me allocating out the expenditures. And so we're left with $316,000. I'm rounding in surplus in the admin department. And if you could remember from my original report, that said we were going to have a $269,000, and that is in total for the whole general fund. And that is because the deficit in F&R, trying to get some of these capital projects done in the Vets Hall that we've deemed necessary. So I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone has on the admin department.
Don't have any lights. Oh, okay. Vice President Thomas.
yeah, I don't want you to be lonely. Thank you, President Scott. So some interesting observations, and you can talk about it. But first, I hope everybody noticed the interest income, and not only here but across the board in water, WRF, and wastewater. 4 times, 400% of last year, and phenomenal. That helps. The insurance has moved to other departments. You can probably explain that. And also, I noticed there was a significant reduction in, like, $97,000 reduction in council, and a $50,000 reduction in legal, and maybe distinguish amongst those. I think I get it, but just want to be sure.
So the insurance, so a lot of this is due to the overhead allocation, the change in the methodology. So we decided when there is an expense that we can specifically attribute to a certain department, that we do that. So insurance is one of those, that it's liability, property, and liability insurance, which is attributed to assets that we have, vehicles that we have. So we can attribute those to the specific departments. So we allocated out a lot of the property insurance in that way. So each department is now paying their share of what it should be. Whereas before it was just allocated out by the overhead amount. The same would be for the, let me see. So I'm saying the right word. Where is it on here? The legal fees. So counsel is representative of the retainer that we pay for Mr. Carmel's services. So that has its own account. And then legal is what we pay extra if we're asking Mr. Carmel to work on things that are outside of the scope of his retainer payment, as well as LCW, which is our HR lawyers, and other, if we have different legal issues come up that are outside of the scope of our regular monthly legal fees. And so those I allocated out to the departments too. That's a little trickier. I kind of assumed what each department would spend, because it can change from year to year depending on what's going on with that department. But we want to try and allocate if there's any special legal fees specifically to the department that is using those services. So that was discussed in the overhead allocation methodology.
Great. Kind of what I thought, but that's very clear. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, on page 30, you will see, oh,
I just had
Oh,
a
I'm
quick
sorry.
question on the
Yes.
administrative. Just one line item. I wanted a large line item. I wanted to just get a little bit of a little more detail on is M&R comp services for 130,000. What does that include? It's under services and supplies.
I'm trying to find it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so for all of the different computers, I mean, Haley, you might have an idea of exactly what we're spending. Like,
We're looking to budget for, so the new office will need new computers. We have several computers within utilities that may need to be upgraded to Windows 11 for security features. Some of our computers are just old and are not up to standard in terms of firewall security, updating of operating systems. So we budgeted a significant amount for IT this year.
but it's also CIO is in there. So there are computers. So that's not just computers. It's CIO. There's different licenses that we have to pay for our like websites, or I don't have it on my fingertips exactly what's in that account, but you know, there's softwares that we pay for, that sort of thing.
Thank you.
Okay, so page 30 is the enterprise fund summary. So the enterprise funds are water, the WRF, which has two different departments. 39 is the operations and 40 is their capital fund. And then wastewater, which is Department 12. So if you look on page 31, you can see the summary, the revenue and expenses. Water has a balanced budget. Wastewater has a surplus of 167,000 approximately. WRF operations has a surplus of 102,000. And then WRF capital has budgeted to spend $270,000 in capital expenditures. They do not have any revenue in that WRF capital that's funded by the operations department. Okay, so if you go to page 33, the water fund, you can see the sales on page 34 is 3.9 million, and that is taking into account the 2.9% increase that y'all approved, as well as sorry, so different revenue, that their share of the estimated interest income. And then you'll see at the bottom there, they do get property taxes. That is their availability charge, which I think we're talking about later today. So their salaries, wages, and then all of their services and supplies and the different expenditures it takes to keep our water operations running. And then I will go down to page 36, the capital. They were approved for 4 different capital projects, which are detailed out on that page. And then debt service for they have some truck debt service for their trucks. And then the allocation of the overhead is paid all out of the water fund. So even WRF's portion is paid out of the water fund. So those two amounts are listed there. And their overhead allocation is quite a bit lower than it's been in the past. But like I stated before, they are assuming some of the overhead in different ways by a direct overhead allocation method. Do I have any questions on the water?
Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Thank you, President Scott. And I should remember this, but is the debt service for the vac truck? Oh, of course.
The vac truck, I believe, is paid off. Oh, well, it's wastewater and the vac truck is paid off.
Oh, last year, yeah.
Let me pull it up. I have a list. No. Yeah. No, that is just taking a second. My old computer. So the water fund is paying for. Let's see. Is paying for, I just want to make sure I'm grabbing the right number. That is for the water meter replacement project. So it's not vehicles, they've paid off all of their vehicles. So we don't have any loans. It's for that water meter replacement project, which is a 5-year loan that we have. This is the first year for payment of that loan. Yes. Yes. You do pay cash for vehicles. Yeah, I can look at creating a different account. Any other questions on water? Okay. So on page 39, you will see the WRF operations and the WRF capital. So on page 40, you can see the revenues coming in, and they're allocated a share of interest income, salaries, wages, or salaries and benefits, the services and supplies for them, and then the loan pay, the debt service payment on the WRF loan is in there. And then if you go to page 44, you can see the 4 different capital projects that were budgeted in the WRF for this coming up year. Do we have any questions on the WRF budget?
Yes. Director Gray, do you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question on WRF, on the capital outlay. I maybe missed something, but there was for several years, actually, there was a $200,000 item, capital item for improvements for the brine hauling, location, the brine storage location. Has that money been spent, or is it reallocated, or is that been reclassified? I don't think we've ever actually done the improvements. Maybe Mr. Green or Ms. Fritz can fill me in on that.
I'm looking on the CIP list to see.
It's in the CIP list? Yeah, because it used to be on the budget.
Well, and so if it's a previous project that was approved, you'll see it on the final budget. So I don't have those projects, but they will be represented on
It'll be an encumbrance then, right? Or will it?
No, you'll
yeah.
see it. So I bring before you an encumbrance. Yeah, the encumbrance, the capital encumbrance. So, but let me.
Go down here too.
200,000. I don't see it on here. Right.
Thank you.
I don't see it on the capital list, so it must have just been taken off.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right, let's go ahead.
Okay.
So I'm sorry. Can I ask a question on the WRF before we move on? All right, on page 198, where it says WRF operations, and the expense total is, let's see, $1,300,000. Then on page 210 or page 54, and I think we're still with WRF, it says actual expenditures. Well, it has all of them here. WRF, which is the next to the last column, it says $953,000. So what is the difference between these two? But then I'm noticing here down below that, pardon me if I'm making this confusing, my apologies. No, it's still not correct. So what is the difference between the WRF operation 953,261?
So what you're looking at on page 54, that is the overhead allocation. So that 953, I use the 23-24 fiscal year expenditures to estimate the methodology for the overhead allocation. So this is determining the percent that each department gets in their overhead allocation. When I do this, it has a footnote there that I'm eliminating the overhead costs. So I eliminate the overhead costs that they're charged when I'm allocating out the percentage. So it's two different years of numbers. On page 41, the WRF, that's the 25-26 fiscal year budget that I'm budgeting for. On page 54 is the calculation of the overhead allocation percentages. So it's two different years, fiscal years, and it's two different numbers.
So even though on page 54 or 210, it says for fiscal year 2025, 2026, this amount is actually for the previous year.
So this is how I'm calculating the 25-26 overhead allocation percentages. But if you go to the left column, I'm using the 23-24 expenditures to determine the percentage.
Okay, this is why you are the head of finance and I'm over here doing what it is I am or I'm not doing. So Thank you so much. I didn't even look all the way over to the left there, so my apologies. Just
No
trying to add a
trouble.
little levity to the day. And hopefully I'm successful with that, if nothing else.
Always, Director Farmer. Okay, so page 47, we're gonna move on to the wastewater fund. And you can see there, their fees, the sales, their allocation of the interest income. They also have their availability charges budgeted in their salaries, wages, services, and supplies. And then on page 49, they do have 4 capital outlay projects that were budgeted for. And they also are paying debt service on the SST projects. That is all of the debt service that wastewater has. All of their vehicles, which would be the back truck, has been paid off. And then their share of that, the overhead allocation, leaving them with a surplus of $167,000 approximately. Does anyone have any questions about the wastewater budget?
Hey.
Okay, so moving on, we have our miscellaneous attachments that start on page 53. And we have the overhead allocation calculation. On page 55, we have our salary schedule that is for July 1st, 2025 through December 30th, 2025, and that is for SEIU increases. I just can't tell with the black and white. That's SEIU increases. And then in January, and then the next page on page 56, SEIU had negotiated, they get a second increase in January, as well as MCE has their last increase, and that was negotiated with their last agreement. So we have 2 salary schedules in here just to get them approved for next year.
Yes.
Yes. Those are the ones that you approved earlier, yes. And these are the numbers that are being used in the budget. So on page 57, you'll have what we call our PAL list. It's our position allocation list, and this is just showing what our positions are and how they've changed from last year to this year, if there's been any change. And there has been no change. Well, there's been change in a reduction of staff based upon the SAFER grant going away, which we've talked about today. As well as 3 reserve firefighter positions were removed. And yeah, so a total of 6 position changes. Those were all a reduction in the fire department. You can see our org charts. We provide our org charts for 2024, 25, and then 25, 26. And that is our miscellaneous attachment section. Does anyone have any question on those? No? Okay. And then this is our capital improvement section on page 60. So this is an update, and these should be updated. These are updated, and I'm not going to say should be, they are updated with current year activity. So this is representing the items. I mean, this is reflective of the items that you guys have already approved and budgeted. So if you look on page 63, we can see the skate park, East Ranch restroom, the Betts Hall sound system, and this is giving a clear picture. If you take the East Ranch restroom, that there was funding for the Facilities and Resources Department, which is general fund reserves of $371,480. And then there was a Prop 68 grant of $177,952 with a total funding for $549,432. We have a column there for any additional budget requests, which there's been none for that particular project. I'm just going over this one in detail so you can understand the flow of the report. You can see that the current year fiscal budget was 307,612. And that's up there in the reserve item. The fiscal year expenditures, we've spent $190,132 so far, with a remaining amount of $117,480. Then in activity to date, you'll see that it shows our total budget was the 371,480, and that we have spent to date, this is the farthest right column, $254,000 on the restroom project. Plus, we have fully expended the grant funding of $177,952, meaning that out of the $549,432 budget for the East Ranch restroom, we have spent a total of $431,952. I just wanted to go over the flow of the report because it is still a somewhat new report. This is giving a lot more detail on these projects than we have in the past. I know it can be a little bit confusing, but we really feel like it's informative and providing you with the information that you need to make future decisions, as well as understand where we are at with this project. By the end of the year, hopefully everything that we have for that project will be expensed. I'll be working, with the utility manager, and then we'd move it off of this list once it's closed out. So anything with a B was budgeted for. Anything with a 1, so you can see below, Vets Hall renovation, you'll see those 2 projects that we're requesting in this preliminary budget for the Vets Hall. The refinishing of the floors and the re-roofing projects. So if you approve the preliminary budget, when you see the final budget, the CIP list would have a B around those, because then I'm officially going to be budgeting, including them in the budget because you've approved them. And then 2 is, if you look on page 61, that ranking is saying it's important. And 3 are future needs. That's just listed on there. Is that something that we need, but maybe a little bit farther down the list. So I wanted to kind of go over that in this department, in this list. And next we have the fire. They have a current year project that they have fully spent that money for ballistic vests for active shooters. This is going to have no 1s because we didn't budget for anything for them this year. On page 65, you can see the wastewater department has a lot of Bs. That's all the SST projects. So those are listed out by their ECMs. And they go on to the next page, which again, you can see some 1s in there, meaning that those are projects that we're asking for in the preliminary budget. And I did highlight those or I tried to bold them. I can't tell on mine because it's in black and white, but
They're green.
Okay, perfect. I tried to delineate them for you to know that these are the ones that are being asked for in the preliminary budget. And again, if you approve it, then they will move to a B. So then on page 70 is the water budget. Starts, same methodology. And then on page 74 is the WRF. And you can see on page 75, we have a few, those 4 1s as in green on yours that are showing that we're asking for new projects for this coming up fiscal year. So does anyone have any questions on the CIP list?
Yes, Director
Yeah, thank
Bernay.
you, President Scott. Yeah, just a quick question on, it's a good explanation because I'm glad I could connect the shading now, the green shading to the status, the ranking status. I had a question on that though. In the general fund budget, you have 2 items under Vets Hall renovation, refinished flooring and re-roofing, which I think total $39,700. And down below in the totals, you have priority 1, which is, I presume would be those at 150,000. I don't see what the other line items would be in that category of priority 1 down at the, that's on page 64.
Okay, I will check that calculation and see where it is
Okay,
wrong.
thank you.
Uh-huh.
If I can make just a quick comment too about the um, saluting Ms. Fritz and the Finance Committee for the update and upgrade of the administrative allocation calculation. It's both much simpler and much more real world. And I know it takes some work to figure out what everybody spends, each department spends, and what gets, done by administration. But I think it's a much more elegant formula. And I know it took a lot of work because it goes back to my tenure at the Finance Committee. I know that, and through most of it. So thanks.
And more fair.
Mhm. Any other questions on the CIP list? Okay, thank you.
So let's go ahead and see if there's anyone in-house that has public comment on this agenda item. How about online?
Yes, Elizabeth Benhausen.
Okay. Dr. Bettenhausen?
Thank you very much, Madam President. I have only one question. I want to say that this is a super clear document. I thank the finance manager for her work. It's lucid and it's explanatory in itself, except for those places where she had to use phrases brought in by somebody else. And I have one question about that on page 44 and again on page 75 or something, but go to page 44. What is budgeted for this coming year are 4 items: chemical building container, shade cover, analytics overhaul, and sound enclosures. I should say what will she hopes be budgeted, or she intends to be budgeted, or she will request to be budgeted, are those 4 items. My question is, what are they?
Great, I'll speak to that. Analytics overhaul, so those are the devices which analyze the water, post-treatment, pre-treatment, during those are the original devices in there that we've kind of replaced parts and kind of strung out their duty cycle life as long as we could. But going through with this ZLD and this pilot run later in the season, they'll need to be replaced because we'll need to get those analytics and so forth spot on, because those are what's going to be recorded to the State Water Resources Control Board. So that's that piece right there for the analytics overhaul. That's like your chlorine analyzer, your pH analyzer, your total dissolved solids, and I'll stop there. Anyways, chemical building container, that's the actual pump train or housing facility there. There's been chemicals in there, just as that atomizes, that rusts that metal inside of there. We all know it's been there for a decade, so that's starting to fail, and it's a critical health and safety piece right there. So we're looking at rebuilding that or making that a little bit more robust and kind of solidifying it for the future. Replacing some of the metal with some plastics that'll age more effectively. I'll move on to, let's see, shade cover. That is covering in the middle of you guys all doing that tour out there. We have 2 pumps that go to RO1 and 2, and then a third to RO3. There's also some analytics there that we'll be replacing, the TDS meter and so forth. There's a lot of dollars right there that are just out in the open. We all know the environment that's out here, so we'd like to put a shade cover and enclose a portion of that, obviously, so we can access that if we can ever need to pull motors or pumps in the future, but just getting that a little bit more protected and out of the elements there. Finally, sound closures. We want to remove that kind of view shed nuisance that we have on the old Titles 27 pond. And those were the blowers. And these are the sound enclosures that kind of surrounded the blowers there. So the blowers have been removed. Now we're looking at removing the sound enclosures. So those are the 4 components to that CIP.
Thank you, Dr. Bettenhausen. Thank you, Mr. Green. Anything else online?
No.
Okay. Yes, Director Farmer.
Mr. Green, thank you, President Scott. Mr. Green, did I understand what you just said, that it's going to cost $60,000 to remove the sound enclosures?
We received 2 proposals back in late 2024, all north of $40,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
And
We're
this
looking
is-
at a way to try and do that internally in-house, but
Right.
just the equipment and the boom lift that we need to rent is about $7,000 a week to rent. So.
And this is for the sound enclosures for those blowers.
Correct. On the west side of the Title 27 pond, yes. Closest to the state parks.
Okay, I'm just thinking back to, and this is no reflection on you or anybody that is still at the district, but what a boondoggle that was that CDM Smith put in there.
It wasn't the best engineering.
Yeah, you're more,
Step forward. We'll leave it at that,
you're more
yes.
diplomatic than myself.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, nobody in house with comments? Nobody, oh, yes, please, please come up. Well, wait till you get up to the microphone.
My name's Deborah. I have 2 questions. Why are we eliminating
One
reserve
moment.
firefighters?
One moment. Tell us both your names because they're going to need that.
Oh, Deborah Boynton. Why are we eliminating budget for reserve firefighters and also ballistic vests for them?
I'll have general manager speak to the reserve firefighters, but the ballistic vests, we're not removing budget. We've finished that purchasing this year.
Okay.
We bought the ballistic vests.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'll speak to the reserve firefighters. What we did is we hired last year, we funded 2 more full-time positions. We had 1 full-time firefighter position that was vacant. So now we're fully staffed at 3 firefighters on an engine. When the reserve program was live and active, we only had 2 full-time people on the engine, and the reserves augmented that 3rd spot. So once we funded 3 full-time firefighters to be on the engine as that 3rd person, the reserve program has now become kind of antiquated and too expensive to keep going. We've looked at it and it's just a failing model because of how quickly these young men and women come in as reserves and immediately leave and get full-time jobs. So we're actually trying to make sure we stay with 3 full-time personnel, which we've been able to do. But some of the trade-offs are we have to eliminate the reserve program because it's expensive to go through all the training, hiring, background checks, equipment, and things of that nature. But our staffing level, as far as reserves compared to our full-timers, we're good there. We did lose the grant for the Safer Firefighters. That was FEMA funded, that actually had 4 people on the engine per day. That's unfortunate, and that was all funded through FEMA. But in order to staff the engine with 4 people, it's a significant budget item. So we're, outside of losing those grant-funded firefighters, we're still fully staffed.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Anybody else in house? No more people online?
No.
Okay. So I think we're ready for motion.
Well, I can,
Oh, should we close the public hearing before we vote? Yes, okay. Let's close the public hearing. And the public has had a chance to give us their thoughts.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott. I have a comment to make, and I will make a motion. I second what people have said about the transparency in the of this budget, especially in the CIP list. This is the first time I think we're using the fully revised CIP list, and I am very appreciative of the way that the requests for capital items are presented in a way we can really understand very well what we're approving, which wasn't the case in the past. It was kind of buried in other details. So I salute everybody who worked on that, and I know there was, I think, finance and R&I, and I think an ad hoc committee. I think I was on that. I do think it's a great budget in terms of its clarity and its sobriety in terms of dealing with the money we have in a rational and responsible way. I do want to point out that there were some comments in the narrative that point to this. As good as this budget is, and as well done as it is, we are in a situation where you just cannot keep spending money like we spend it and like we want to spend it within our revenue restraints. And we have to deal with this issue at some point. And it's a very uncomfortable issue of increasing revenue in a substantial way. So all these things we talk about with fire, for instance, a lot of money, millions of dollars needed there. We talk about wanting to have parks and recreation. Well, if we're not going to have a budget for it, we shouldn't be talking about it, but I think it's something that we aspire to. And just the rising costs of all the, the capital needs, especially in the enterprise funds, but also in general fund. And I'm a minority on this, but I do think we can't totally dismiss the idea of looking into incorporation, unfortunately, unless somebody has a better idea. And ultimately, being open to a discussion about lifting the moratorium and bringing in substantial money to water and wastewater through the capacity fees, among other things. Otherwise, if we don't find a new way to raise revenue at that level, we're going to have increasingly painful budgets going forward. Painful, well done, but painful. With that said, unless somebody else wants to continue this discussion, I will make a motion. Okay, I move that we approve the whole thing here. I'll move that we adopt Resolution 2025, approving the CCSD preliminary budget for fiscal year 2025-2026, and I believe we can do this in one motion, Resolution 30-2025, establishing the fiscal year 2025-2026 appropriations limit.
Second motion.
Director Gray?
Aye.
Director Dean?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
Vice President Thomas?
Aye.
President Scott?
Aye. Thank you very much, Ms. Fritz. That was very well done.
I just want, if I can, Mr.
please.
President Scott,
Yeah.
I would like to also thank Ms. Fritz for the very detailed and thorough and understandable preliminary budget report. I really appreciate it, and I agree with the other compliments that you've gotten already, especially Ms. Bentenhausen, who approved the way that this was presented. So
Thank you very much. And I do want to thank Ms. Dodson. She really does help keep me putting it all together and making sure that I'm integrating all your comments and everything else. Like, she really was very helpful. So I do want to thank her too for helping me with that. And with the CIP list, she helped a lot with that too.
We have the A team.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take 10 minutes. We'll be back at 2:26. Welcome back. And we are now opening the public hearing on 7C. Mr. McElhaney.
Thank you, Madam President. Agenda item 7C, public hearing to discuss and consider adoption of resolution 31-2025, confirming the itemized report to collect delinquent solid waste collection and disposal charges on the county tax rolls. For a fiscal impact section, the property owners of record is responsible for paying the delinquent charges. Collecting the delinquent charges on the tax rolls ensures our CCSD franchise, Mission Country Disposal, will receive payments for solid waste collection and disposal services by the owners who have not paid their bills. With that, I'll turn it over to the board.
Hey. Board members? Nope. Okay. No questions or comments from the board? Hey, let's open it up for public comment of in-house attendees. Okay, how about online?
No.
All right. So is there anyone who would like to make any comments? This is the public hearing. All right, let's close the public hearing, and do I have a motion? Oh, didn't I say board discussion? Well, anyway, is there any more?
No.
Is there any board discussion?
No.
No.
Just worth pointing out, on the cover sheet of the staff report, third paragraph down, it talks about for collection on the 24-25 tax roll. But it's correct in the resolution. The resolution does say the next year's tax roll. So we have no problem.
Okay. Great.
So just in case there was confusion.
Okay, thank you. Any other board discussion or questions? No? All right.
Yeah, excuse me, President Scott, I just asked a question for these folks here on the list that actually reside at the billing address. Has anybody ever gone and knocked on their door and asked them, hey, what's the problem here? How come you're not paying your bill? I mean, I'm just curious. Anybody have any thoughts on that?
We mail them letters, Director Farmer, but we don't have any staff that would go knock on their doors to collect the debt. Not sure I'd be comfortable with staff even attempting that.
So I'm assuming also, therefore, you wouldn't advise any of us directors to do that. I mean, I guess I'd be more than happy to just go and knock on somebody's door, say, did you vote for me? Well, if you did, let me ask you a question. Or if they didn't, whatever. Just offering.
I will support you in that effort, Director.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sure these customers probably got late notices multiple times for Mission Country Disposal and notices that they're going to be sent to the tax rolls.
Ms. Fritz, did you have something that you wanted to say?
I was just going to say what Director Dean said, is that I think Mission Country sends them notices.
Okay. All right. So now I would like to close the hearing. All right. Do I have a motion?
Oh, so thank you, President Scott. I move that we adopt resolution 30-2025, confirming the itemized report to collect delinquent solid waste collection and disposal charges on the county tax rolls.
I'll go ahead and second that.
Director Gray?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
Director Dean?
Aye.
Vice President Thomas?
Aye.
President Scott?
Aye. Okay. So for agenda item 7D, I'd like to open the public hearing to discuss and consider adoption of another resolution. Let's go ahead and hear from you, Mr. McElhaney.
Thank you, President Scott. This is a public hearing to discuss and consider adoption of resolution 32-2025, confirming the 2024 Fire Hazard Fuel Reduction Program itemized cost report of the Cambria Community Service District. The fiscal amp is the CCSD's contractors cost for performing the weed abatement work on these parcels, plus our administrative charges total $137,241.40. There are 110 parcels involved in the list and within the resolution, and these will be assessed on the 2024-2025 tax roll. 25, 26, I stand corrected. And with that, this is something we do every single year. Our hope is that these numbers become less and less as we continue to establish a more robust fire hazard fuel reduction program. We've done really well with communicating with the public through social media. We just recently are going to be sending out a mailer to every property in the district that outlines not only our fire hazard fuel reduction program, but defensible space and our ordinance. And so it's robust, and it will be going out to every single address in Cambria. So this also is another way to reach out to those that maybe are not connected to our listserv and things of that nature. So with that said, I'll turn it over to the board.
Okay, board members. Yes, Director Gray.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott. Just a question, actually, Mr. McElhenney. There are 110 parcels listed. How does that compare to last year's list?
Thank you, Director Gray. I believe we had 296 failed parcels. I'm not quite sure. The year before that was a really bad year for how many failed parcels. Really, I think we were in the 500s, 600s. So 550. So we're down a little bit this year, but I'm not exactly sure how the 110 compare to previous years. But Mrs. Dodson will pull it right now.
According to Exhibit A from Resolution 2024, it had 101 total parcels.
Thank you.
Yes, Director Dean.
I have been seeing lots and lots of weed eating and mowing going on. I think people are more actively taking care of the weed abatement this year, especially after all the discussion on social media about how much it cost last year to have the district do it. So I think, yeah.
I think every day I hear some machine
Yes.
going out there.
Yes.
Yes, Director Farmer.
Yeah, I just want to thank General Manager McElhaney for resourcefully figuring out how do I get people to do this work so we don't have to hire somebody to do it or do it ourselves. And I'm not going to say how he did that but last year, but it looks like it's working this year. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Farmer.
Yes, and Director Dean.
No one can say there has not been notices sent out. The general manager has constantly reminded people that this is coming up.
I just delete your emails because I already know what you're going to say.
And I get 3 of them to one of my email addresses and 2 of them to my other email address.
They're gonna keep coming along with mailers, and then I'll work with Director Farmer on going door to door.
Anything else from the board members? All right, do we have any public comment in-house? No? Public comment online?
No.
All right, great. So the public have had every opportunity to come and speak their mind, and so I'm wondering if we should go ahead and close the public hearing. Yes, please. Have a motion?
I'll move that we adopt Resolution 32-2025, confirming the 2024 Fire Hazard Fuel Reduction Program itemized cost report of the Cambria CSD.
Second.
Vice President Thomas,
Aye.
Director Gray,
Aye.
Director Dean,
Aye.
Director Farmer,
Aye.
President Scott.
Aye.
And just as a side note, the same error that Director Thomas, Vice President Thomas saw in the previous staff report about 2024-25, that is corrected again, and that is correct in the resolution. So there's no need to do, yeah, if anybody noticed that.
Hey. Let's go then to agenda item 7E, and I'd like to open the public hearing to discuss and consider adoption of Resolution 33-2025. And Mr. McElhaney, please.
Thank you, President Scott. Public hearing to discuss and consider adoption of Resolution 33-2025, approving a fire suppression benefit assessment consumer price index adjustment at the rate of 3.2% for fiscal year 2025-2026. The fiscal impact of adopting the resolution increases that fire suppression benefit revenue by approximately $17,875 for a projected total of $585,335 for FY 2526. This suppression benefits assessment adjustment CPI wise has been going on for years since we first introduced the benefits assessment in 2003. And the details are below outlined in the staff report, and turn over to the board and happy to answer any questions.
Board members have any questions? I have a question. So how long did that resolution, how long will this continue to happen before we have to go back and do a different resolution?
Mr. Carmel can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this is indefinite.
Okay.
If we do attempt to do another benefits assessment on top of it, then we'll be doing, that's kind of what we talked about earlier and what we're looking to do for
Yes.
some of our funding gaps.
Okay, thank you. Board members? Yes, Director Farmer.
I just want to make a comment. And looking at the document from 2003, June 26, and the people there, the board president, Elon Funky Ballou, district clerk, Kathy Choate, our district council, Art Montandan, general manager, Vern Hamilton, and fire chief, Bob Putney. It's just, just thinking back to those names, I think Mr. Putney, he still lives here, but it seems like such a long time ago. I'm just kind of, it's like, well, 22 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting to see that.
Yes, Director Gray.
And don't forget Robert Gresson's.
Right, yeah, his signature wasn't there, but you're right.
He's,
Mr.
it's his report.
Further down, right,
Right.
thank you.
Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Thank you, President Scott. And I just want to point out for anyone who may be listening now or on the recording, and you look on your property tax bill and you look at these numbers, the 2402, the 12010, and you say, my tax bill is a little higher than that. And the county does tack on a processing fee, I understand. So, and that applies to the next agenda topic as well, for the standby and availability. So for those who have cross-checked your property tax bill, that's what's going on.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment in-house? No, how about online?
No.
Okay, anything else from the board? Since we have heard from the public and they have an opportunity to speak, let's go ahead and close this hearing. And do I have a?
I'll make a motion, I guess, unless somebody else wants to. I'll get the wording right here. I move that we adopt resolution 33-2025, approving a fire suppression benefit assessment consumer price index adjustment at the rate of 3.2% for fiscal year 2025-2026.
I'll second.
Director Gray?
Aye.
Director Dean?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
Vice President Thomas?
Aye.
President Scott?
Aye. Okay. One more public hearing. This is agenda item 7F. And this is to consider the adoption of a resolution 34-2025. Mr. McElhaney, will you please present this?
Thank you, President Scott. Agenda item 7F, public hearing to discuss and consider adoption of resolution 34-2025, confirming the itemized report of water and wastewater standby or availability charges for collection on the county tax rolls. Collection of the FY 2526 water and wastewater standby availability charges through the county tax rolls will again ensure that these charges are collected by the CCSD in the most cost-efficient manner. Again, these charges have been around a while for the district for quite some time and are important and a critical revenue source for the district when it comes to maintenance, capital projects. And I will go ahead and turn it over to the board for questions.
Okay. And so in case I forgot to say, we're opening the public hearing for this agenda item. Do the board members have any comments or questions? No? Hey, oh, you want to?
I was scrolling down here because I had a question about some properties, some parcels that don't have one of the two. And I was trying to look on down this list.
Oh, yeah.
Some don't have, some don't have a water assessment, some don't have, water standby availability charges, some don't have a wastewater standby ability charge. And I was thinking that the wastewater one I can understand because we don't provide wastewater services to all the parcels, but develop parcels. But now I'm trying to find it. Water, I think there are some gaps. And I don't know if you can explain why, because I know this goes back about 30 years. But I mean, Mr. Carmel maybe can explain that. Yeah.
I can't explain that. Perhaps Ms. Fritz can explain that.
I don't know where they were here. Hang on.
I'll take a gander at it.
Yeah.
Many of the Lemert properties in that 1804 tract and above that are on septic. So they would probably not receive wastewater availability charges. Excuse me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything else from the board members?
No.
Yes. Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott. And I just wanted to tag on to what Director Gray mentioned. This was amended. There's a new list which modified and filled in a lot of those blanks. So just that FYI. For example, on the original list, my property did not show a wastewater charge. I brought that to the attention of the GM, and that was revised.
How many of you looked for your number? Yes.
I'm aware of it because it's from the property tax bills. That's all.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Anything else from, yes, Director Farmer?
Yes, I'm a renter.
That's true. Anything else? All right. Do we have any public comment in-house on agenda item 7F? Right. How about online?
No.
Okay. So now that we've heard from the public for this hearing, I'd like to close the public hearing and ready for a motion.
You know what? I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to consider that I'm making a motion that we adopt Resolution 34-2025, confirming the itemized report of water and wastewater standby or availability charges for collection on the county tax rolls.
Second the motion?
Director Farmer,
Aye.
Director Dean,
Aye.
Director Gray,
Aye.
Vice President Thomas,
Aye.
President Scott.
Aye. Hey, thank you very much. That concludes agenda section 7. So let's go to the manager reports. Mr. McElhaney, you're up first.
Thank you, President Scott. With your permission, will you allow us to have the utilities report jump ahead of mine? Mr. Green has to leave here in a bit.
Absolutely. And I love your report.
May I?
Yes.
And then may we move the utilities report up after, the FNR report up right following the utilities report so that Mr. Aguirre can get back to work?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And if I can make one quick comment, I'm sorry. In scrolling through all of these numbers in the previous item that we just approved, and I used to think about the pages of paper that we were using up every time this item came up. And so I want to commend whosever idea it was to have us start using computers for our agendas. So thank you.
Okay. So let's go ahead and start with utilities. That is agenda item 8D.
Great. Thank you, Madam President.
Welcome.
Is that loud?
I just said you're welcome.
Oh, okay, I thought I heard whoa. Sorry, so on the wastewater side, last month, we began prepping for the SST program, removing some plumbing in the south digester, getting those metals ready for recoating. We also had a little problem with our aeration basin number 1, where we had to take that offline. So the wastewater operators had to do a little extracurricular work in the nights and on the weekends to kind of make up for that. We're processing on 1 train of aeration there. So the last 3 weeks have been kind of difficult for the wastewater side in a time of season where the treatment is the easier portion, and usually we're doing more field work. So that's kind of been opposite for that last month there. Lift station B4, we had repaired. There was, as we kind of noted earlier, there was the incorrect plate that was shipped to us. So that's up and working on the full replacement and relocation for that. We've got the geo done and the geotechnical work done there and borings and the environmental work done on that side as well. And we're working on completing the engineering portion of that. On the water side, we touched on it earlier, the $20,000 charge for the rodeo grounds was that automatic shutoff PG&E to backup generator switch. So that's our ATS switch. We installed that during the month to prepare for this month's generator, taking receipt of our new generator that'll be replaced there. So before it was a manual throw to go from PG&E power to our generator power. With that new ATS and that new generator, that will be autonomous. We had our sanitary survey, so we had the State Water Resource Control Board Division of Drinking Water out, who toured every tank, every booster station, every wellhead. It was about a 6-7 hour journey around the community, which I took with our water superintendent and myself. And we passed with flying colors, and we should have that sanitary survey coming back to us in hopefully a couple months. They're kind of on government time there, so we're not rushing, but we'll bring that forward to R&I and to the board if you guys like to take a look at for that review. The AMI is complete. I want to thank Grace Industries. Steve Oriana is here in the house. Thank you, Steve. Fantastic job. 2 months ahead of schedule, 2 months ahead of schedule, on budget. Exciting part about that is we'll be issuing a notice of completion with the county. We'll get that stamped. That'll either happen tomorrow or the following week, but fantastic job. So those are all out there in place. While we're touching on the AMI piece, we're just kind of, getting our legs underneath us and starting to see what this technology can do for us. We ran a weekly leak report on Tuesday of this week, and 18 leaks popped up, which were then investigated. Probably about 90% were on the customer side here. So this isn't just going to save the community water. It's going to save our clientele some money that they don't know that's going down the drain. Hydrant maintenance is still on our radar right now. As we're moving into the dry season, you won't see so much flushing like we do during the wet season. But again, we have that hydrant link. If you see any issues with hydrants in your area, please log on to that and notify us. Also just dropped this week is our consumer confidence report for 2024. We're about 3 weeks early on that. It's usually due July 1st, but that's out. Ms. Dotson has put it on our website under CCR. Thank you. So that piece is out there if you want to look at our water quality updates for 2024. On the kind of the permitting side and project side, the restroom permit is done. It's being closed. We've submitted photos. We had the final walkthrough with Kevin Waddell from County Planning, who signed off on that. We'll also be issuing a notice of completion to the Hartzell Construction Company. Their piece and their work is done there. And so far, I think everything's working fantastic. Also today, we submitted the request for proposal for the Stewart Street tank construction. So that's out on Demand Star, which is nationwide. We'll be submitting it to our local construction journals, Central Coast Construction, construction boards. Also coming up is our wastewater treatment plant EV chargers. That's fully permitted. We've submitted our final paperwork to both PG&E and the APCD because that's about $30,000 or just over $20,000 in funding for that piece. The water operators have poured a pad to mount the transformer for that device behind the training room there, and we're looking forward to getting that installed here by the end of the month. Let's see, that's about all I have to update you guys really briefly on, but so if you guys have any questions, I'm here to answer. Thank you.
Yes, Director. Yes, Director Farmer.
Thank you, President Scott. I want to thank Steve Orellana and his crew for getting all the work done on the water meters like 2 months ahead of time. There's a part of me that's reluctant to make this following comment, but I still think back to the day that Steve and I happened to run into each other and had that hour-long conversation the day before the agenda item came up. And as a result, the district approved hiring Grace Environmental Services. And I think back to all of the, I guess I could say, somewhat negative and skeptical comments with regard to hiring Grace Environmental Services. So I want to acknowledge, first off, that the board approved the hiring of Steve Orellana and Grace 5-0. And despite, like I said, all the negativity they've got from making this decision, unless something goes drastically wrong, things have worked out and better than we could have possibly imagined. And I just want to, once again, thank Steve and his crew and thank the board. And hopefully those of you out there in the community, and I can understand some of the skepticism, so to speak, but I hope it's understood that overall, the end result is that the job was done to the best of it that it could have been done. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Director Farmer.
Any other board member comment or question? Do I have any public comment in-house? Okay. Do I have anything online?
Just Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Okay, Dr. Bettenhausen.
Thank you, Madam President. I come before you with my usual. In January, February, according to the billing summary that the CCSD puts out and the diversion report or the pumping report, made a little clearer by calling it pumping, just according to those two CCSD documents, the district was unable to account for 18.41% of the water that was pumped. In March and April of this year, the district was unable to account for 20.44%. Now, I know that I will, if you are so gracious as to allow a response to this, I know that the comment will be made as soon as we get the new meters in, this will go down. Friends, the new meters in March and April were considerably in, but I am willing to grant that, say, 10% of the new meters will account for 10% or 50% of the water loss, but what about the other 10%? Something is wrong. When you have regularly, as it's now increasing up to be, 1/5 of the water that you pump can't be accounted for. I urge you to investigate, have an ad hoc committee to investigate what is the cause or what are the causes of this very high lack of accountability in the water flowing. I appreciate all the work that Mr. Green is doing. I agree with much of it, but not all of it. But this is becoming a serious problem in my 82-year-old brain. Please come up with a better answer than wait for the new water meters, Elizabeth. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bettenhausen. Do you have a better answer?
Well, again, I think my standard answer is look at our yearly, what we submit to like the Division of Drinking Water, State Water Resources Control Board, our electronic annual report. Look at those numbers on an annual sample. These monthly little snapshots aren't accurate. And I know it's what Dr. Bentenhauser bases her Excel report on that's inaccurate, but look at our annual snapshot. Again, we have that satellite L-band radar. We have a meeting with Astera next week where they'll go over the results because that satellite has gone over and given us a snapshot. From that snapshot, we just briefly looked at our portal that they've as part of this contract. And we have like 17 points of interest. We're going to dive in those 17 points of interest that maybe are not showing or surfacing on the surface. So hopefully that'll kind of shed some light onto that as well. But we have strategy, we have methodology for looking at for some of this water loss. Again, I want to correct that percentage. Our annual water loss for the last, well, the 7 years that I've been here is between 9 and 11% annually. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we also should wait to take a look at those new meters. If we really should, if we're going to be honest, like
Yes.
that answer is going to persist. So
That's still part of the answer. Okay. Board members? No? Okay, anybody else online? Okay, thank you. So we don't approve this, we just hear about it. So let's do agenda item 8B. This is Facilities and Resources Manager Report. And I'm sorry it took so long for you to be able to do your report.
Thank you, President Scott and the
Yes.
board. With our department, we have been working with the fire breaks and getting those all taken care of. We've looked at the Fiscalini Ranch. We were out there, I believe, last week and the week before, we were cutting the trails. We ended up cutting those out about 10 feet. And the fire breaks along Huntington was started. And then our tractor got stuck out there. There's a wet marsh on the west side, about 3/4 of the way down the hill. We buried it to the belly pan. So it was stuck out there for 3 days. In the process of all that, there's some stuff that actually came up broke in the process of that. So we're doing that in-house. We're going to be starting that section again, most likely next week. I know July 1st is that deadline, so I know it's been moved up. So it kind of pushed us into a faster wheelhouse. We're trying to get as much as we can done on our end. So I know with Trenton and Tipton and Windsor, all those areas, we did some flailing in those areas, and we're going to be start doing weed whacking by hand in there because we eliminated the contracting with that. So our guys will be out there, and same with myself. Out at the ranch, we've been pretty consistent. I've been working with Paul Williams in regards to the invasive species out there spraying. He's been out, it's posted on all the entries to the ranch. So what that does, it turns around and gives an indication to the public on what we're using. There's a QR code on there. They can scan that and they'll turn around and tell them everything that's on there. He's made it very transparent about what we're doing out there. There is some caution tape out on the ground in certain areas. It's a 72-hour spot. So what it is the guys go out and they spray. It's sitting for 72 hours, then they go back out and pick it up. So that I know we've had some concern with that with the public, about some of that being out there. I know with the fire breaks, there is some wood chips that are still dispersed out there. We're trying to figure out what we can do in regards of all that by removing it. It's either remove it or turn around and utilize it for the trailheads, or all the trails that are throughout the forest. My staffing, we're unable to do that right now, and I got to reach out to the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve in regard to that for the volunteer groups to turn around and move forward on it and how fast we can get that moved by July 1st. I know that's a big fire concern, which is one of our big concerns also. East Ranch, we've turned around, the bathroom's up and running. We actually opened that up on Monday. So we turned around and got the confirmation on all that through the county. I believe it was on Thursday. We did our final touches on our end. We turned around and we opened it up on Monday morning. So it is up and running. So everybody's more than welcome. There's a bottle filler out there and also the 2 water fountains. So, and we do, the hours of operation right now is going to be from 8 until 5, just due to the fact of our manpower, our work schedule. So it still works with everything that we have with Center Street and Sheffield. We have new signs that are being made and going to be coming in here real soon. Other than that, that's pretty good on that end. East Ranch has been flailed. We've flailed it 3 times so far this year. We've actually done the fire break off around Santa Rosa Creek towards Highway 1. That's something that was new this year. I know there's tons of concern about the height of the grass that's out there. The nature preserve, so we more or less, as long as we have that 30 to 50 feet from that embankment, because there is no really residential from those areas, we got some kind of break in between. If there's a fire or anything else of that nature, it'll slow it down for the fire department or any kind of crew to get in there. Our CCSD lots, due to the grant that went through working with Dan Turner and also Tim, I think of his last name right now, Radecki. Correct. They've been knocking out our lots. This year with that grant, it's taken a load of commitment from my department, putting it back on him, and he's been knocking the boots off of this one. He's doing an outstanding job. There's a lot of our CCSD lots that he's hit. He's gone back, moved them up 6 feet according to the fire reduction program that we have. Outstanding. I cannot give him any more kudos and just, an outstanding job, him and his crew, that they have done and accomplished. We're currently working with them. There's a couple areas to where it hasn't shown up on their maps. So I'm working with them to turn around and make sure we get those compliant by July 1st. The Vets Hall, as you can tell, it's a slow process. We've been doing, the lights been done in here. They've been all upgraded. That was a big thing that I wanted to emphasize on. And I've been working with the General McElwain in regards of like flooring, the painting, the doors, the decks, the woodwork, the stairwell in the back, the emergency doors. There's several things that are on that plate. There are some things that we're going to be bringing up later on. I just feel like this building here does get utilized quite a bit. I think we need to turn around and look into putting a little more or less dedication to it. I know with the ranch, it's, working with the Friends of the Fiscalini, there's a lot of camaraderie between all of us, and we work together and everything on that. This building here is basically just us, the CCSD, my guys and myself. It's really hard to maintain this when it's, continuously being used, but we're working into it. I'm looked at our budget, and that's where I was able to do certain things. I've been able to cut certain corners this last year to turn around and do some allocation to turn around and jump before and replace certain things that I know that were needed this year before the end of the fiscal year. Other than that, we have a recruitment out right now. I know some people have noticed. We're just looking to turn around and fill a position there due to the fact of just different dynamics that's been going on in our department, trying to get it all situated so that way we don't fall behind. The equipment, everything's running. I know today we just got done repairing a couple things on one of the tractors, but we're waiting for parts on another one. And I'll be honest with you, a lot of that work is being done in-house between Anthony Dietz and also myself. we're just doing what we can. We're saving the district and the department quite a bit of funds in that aspect of it, the know-how and the understanding. And at the same time, it does set us back in further areas throughout the community. Other than that, the light poles, as you can tell, we still have the banners out there for the graduates. That'll be going until the end of this month. And then we'll turn around and return them back to the school district. It's about everything that I got. Is there?
About board members, any comments or questions? Discussion? Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Thank you, President Scott, and thank you, Mr. Geary. The great report. And it occurs to me, and this is with my FFRP hat on, we have a work party scheduled the week from Saturday. We were thinking about pulling ice plant. I think I heard you need to move those wood chips. So let's get together. Well, let's switch gears and move those wood chips for you. We'll pull out the wheelbarrows.
That would be a great idea. If we can turn around and correlate with the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve on that one there, and we can start staging those in different areas, because I do believe there are 6 piles, and they are roughly 5 to 6 feet tall.
Yeah.
That was just from the last winter that we turned around and had some trees cut up, and they were chipped.
And with the biggest pile there on the, behind Mr. Gray's house.
Yeah, between Victoria and the Forest Trail. Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
Awesome. We'll get together.
Okay.
Yes, Director Farmer.
Thank you, President Scott. Mr. Aguirre, did I hear you say, it sounded like that you and your crew are responsible for putting up the banners acknowledging the graduates at the high school?
Correct. We do get notification from the high school in regards of their annual graduation. And they do request that we turn around and look into assisting them, which we're willing to do, to go out and set them up. We take the A-frame ladders out and we put them all up by hand. And then we turn around and take them down at the end.
I want to thank you for doing that. I'm just wondering, is that really an obligation of the district?
Director Farmer,
It's just-
we own the streetlights, and so those requests come through us. And there's actually, which we just recently located, a banner policy that was adopted by the board, in which there are fees charged associated with hanging those banners. So either an approved contractor by the district that the school district would pay for, or they can pay our employees' salaries for the time it takes to put up the banners. And so this year, we did invoice the school district for that fee.
I guess I should have remembered that. And well, thank you for doing that work, you and your crew.
And I'll make a comment on that one there. What we set aside the time that was allocated for that, it was basically 2.5 to 3 hours at the max on the setup. I know on the takedown it'll be less, but it'll be within those 3 hours that we ended up allocating time for. We made it work with our scheduling in between other things, such as, the troopers, the trash receptacles that were here in town. We actually finished those basically 2 weeks early.
Right.
So we ended up jumping on those quite a bit, and that was the same thing from basically 7:30, 8 o'clock. Well, yeah, 7:38 until about 9 o'clock is where the gentlemen, the two, would go out and swap out the ones that we already did throughout the week. We're kind of jumping ahead when we knew that the fire reduction program had got moved up 2 weeks. We had to step on a little bit harder and start doing 6 a week, not just 3, because we were taking our time with them to turn around and work with other things. But once that came through, we figured that was going to be a little bit easier for us. And we did accomplish that 2 weeks early.
Right.
So,
And I'm sure Beautify Cambria is very, very thrilled with that.
Yeah, the planter boxes and the coinciding between what Mr. Gary's crew did, he and his crew did to restain the planter boxes and the new plants that are on top of them. They've never looked better, and you fellas deserve a lot of credit for that. Thank you.
thank you. Yes, the crew, I do have to hand it to them, and I do appreciate that, and I know they do too. We do our best, and we do as much as we can for the CCSD and also for the community in the long run on there.
Hey. Yes, Director Dean.
I'm thrilled to see the restroom open. It's beautiful and I've heard a lot of positive comments about it. Are we gonna keep the outhouse out there for when it's after hours?
That is my consideration, because I know it's been utilized for years in between. And I know when we shut it down at 5 o'clock, 5:15 at the latest, there's that big gap between the sunset and the whole 9 yards on that. It's gonna be most likely still there. I haven't heard anything different. I know it's a conversation, general manager and I need to have a conversation about, but I would personally, would like it still out there, so that way it's still available.
Do we are we charged for that outhouse? I didn't think we were.
No.
Also, been out there and I've walked the trails going all the way out to the highway and back, and I think it's really cool that, you have all that tall vegetation next to you. It's like walking through the jungle. It's like an adventure. So I think it looks great, and it looks great all around the dog park and everything too. You guys are doing a great job. It looks good. Thank you.
Thank you.
So perhaps, I know you guys are swamped for time, but maybe you could, this is a suggestion, I'm following up on what Director Dean said. Maybe you could put a sign on the porta potty that says after hours outhouse. Be kind of cute, no?
I would have to reach out to, Honey Hut, or the gentleman that has that, if he would allow us to do that, but yes.
All right, thanks.
Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott, and apologies for the second round, but yeah, regarding the graduate posters, yeah, when you put those up, then, I park at the either at the Cambria Center for the Arts or up at the gym, and I just walk Main Street, just reading the signs, the names, and just want to remind us all, these are the people that whose future of Cambria we're working for. We want this district to be robust when those kids have grandkids. So when we think long term, that's who we're working for, and yeah, that gives certainly me a lot of joy. So thanks for that.
Yeah, I'm going to follow up on that. When I drive down the street while the banners are there, I can't help but look at them, and it puts a smile on my face, seeing those young folks, so, despite what I said earlier.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you so very much. Oh, public comment. Do we have public comment in-house? How about online?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Really appreciate your report.
You guys have a great day.
Yeah. Okay, so, General Manager McElhaney, do you want to go, or do you want your finance manager to go first?
She ordered me to go first.
Okay.
I'll be brief. We sent out our 100th letter to the community, the GM letters that go out every couple weeks, and so that was kind of a milestone for us, and happy to keep doing it. It's just a good reminder of some of the efforts that staff is doing to help me get that information out. So again, these I know it says letter from the GM, but it's really not. It's a letter from all of our staff that input to give me information to put into the letter to get out to the community about all the different things we're doing, good, bad, or indifferent. However it's taken with the public, we're making an effort. So I think that's credit to staff. We'll be working out the Vets Hall on June 18th. I hope somebody will come see me soon because it's getting pretty lonely. We haven't seen too many people over the last couple months. So I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign, but we're here if you want to talk about pretty much anything Cambria. Mr. Green touched base on it in terms of the AMI water meters. Those endpoints are installed. We do have 83 manual reads in town. However, the next phase of this is the Tyler integration and Badger integration, and making sure all of those AMI endpoints are entered into our system so that we can stand up the customer portal. So we're still a little ways away from that in terms of that being fully operational. Now we're ecstatic that we're ahead of schedule in terms of 2 months. These AMI meters, they're already in the ground, and we weren't expecting it for another 2 months. However, we're going to work on that portal and the integrations that have to happen before we really put that out there for the public. Once that's out there, the public will be able to log into the system and up to the 15-minute interval reads on your meter. So that there's a lot of different things there. I think I put it out in my GM letter about all the different benefits to Ion Water and what the portal will look like and what it'll do. So that is coming. Skate park grant. We did speak to Office of Grants and Local Services in terms of where we are with the funding. At some point, it was supposed to happen in April, then it was May, and now we're in June. And so I just kind of keep knocking on the door. The latest update is that they're targeting the end of their fiscal year to disperse the grant. So that's August, September-ish. That's their fiscal year. So we're on a holding pattern. It's worrisome because federal government right now, as I mentioned earlier, not just with this grant, but some of our other grants, we're a little uneasy having to still wait. So I'll keep the board up to date on that. And as mentioned before, super excited. The East Ranch restroom is open, fully operational, fully permitted. I think we have a temporary permit now, but we're just a day or so away from getting it stamped and have the final permit. And with that, I'm open for any questions.
Yes, Director Dean.
So we have the Ion Water discussion on the R&I agenda for Monday. So I'm assuming we're ready for that, for letting the public know how this is going to work.
We'll be ready to talk about it. We just won't have the portal ready.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of integrations that have to happen. But yeah, we'll be ready to talk about it.
Okay, great. Just want to make sure. Thank you.
Director Gray.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott. Yeah, on the skate park grant, when we're talking about uncertainty on the grants, what is the money, this is it's a federal grant. Is the money already allocated or is it simply, earmarked? Is how much in the bank is it essentially, or how much has to happen?
Director, yeah, that's a good question. I know it's, let's say, allocated towards these projects that have been approved. And then basically OGALS is kind of putting us in a queue for funding and setting that piece up. But it's the federal government that basically sends the money. And I had a conversation with Director Dean about some of the articles that she's been reading in terms of the administration and the administration's federal funding specific to sanctuary states. And there's some ugly talk out there about even existing grants approved that could have those grant funds rescinded. Now, I haven't read anything specific to parks, but the skate park is just one. We're looking at the East Ranch restroom grant funding that needs to come in, as well as the Stewart Street tanks, EPA funding. And so I just feel uncertain. I haven't been told I need to worry, but I'm reading enough in the news that I'm worried, so.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the skate park, the restroom grant, I think is a state, Prop 68 funds. That's actually state funds that are already, I think are already there, hopefully. I'm just, unless somebody knows better. Yeah, I think so.
It is Prop 68.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is there any public comment in-house? How about online?
No.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Fritz, it's your turn again.
Thank you, President Scott.
Yeah.
Sorry. So agenda item 8C is the monthly finance manager's report. You can see my normal stats here with the director's compensation and our cash balances as of May 31st, 2025. And we have a total available cash balance of approximately 11.2 million between our main checking account and our investment funds. And then you can go down to our available cash and restricted funds, and it's about 7.9 million, with 7.8 of that is for the SST project. Which I also have included the update for the SST project. You will be seeing the final audit report next month. So that is finally done, and we're meeting with our audit team on next year. So the 24, 25 audit. Already as far as like ending it out in time, I'm trying to get it done sooner. So, that's just such a big level of what we've been doing in mind and getting ready to go out here and make sure that we're on track for all of that. At that, I'll happy to entertain any questions.
Any more questions from him? About in-house public comment? About online meeting? Okay. Thank you. Yes. No.
House doesn't think it's appropriate for her husband to speak.
Oh, that's not true. You want to speak?
He doesn't like speak.
Oh, okay. So, I guess we're ready to go through that then, agenda section 9. And these are everyone's reports, and I'll just take them as a group. And are there any comments or questions from board members?
Comment is the third paragraph in my report. I look at S, Lord and Heinrichs is the name. So it's an S Heinrichs. Otherwise, I think it's spelled correctly.
Yes.
Madam President, I wanted to note that the audio is breaking up very badly.
Oh, okay. They said it's not in here, it must be on your end.
We really can't hear anything clearly, at least I
Oh,
can't.
that's bad.
AGP?
Yeah. He said that they can hear us very clearly. But I mean, yeah. Okay. Did he just read anything so that I might understand what we were doing? And did you just hear what I just said?
Nope.
No.
That's what the public calls also.
Really? Okay. When did that start happening? When did it start happening in Carmel?
If those questions are directed at me, it's too broken for me to understand.
Oh, that's too bad. What do we need to do? Okay. I don't know that. Continue to hear me. No. I'm going to check if I'm able to hear. 3 minutes. Okay. Yeah, we're about ready to.
Haley, you need to wake up the AGP guy.
No, they're working on it. They're working on it. No, there were no actions taken during that, I think. And I think rather than needing a bunch of stuff that's gonna be coming up, we can just say, no, eventually what's gonna be happening. And do you have a member of the public who wishes to speak? Just let me know. Let them hear it.
Good afternoon. This is Crosby. We've been listening on another device on AGP, and their audio is fine. So if you need to go back and see what happened, AGP's recording will have that loud and clear.
Good. Okay. Okay, I let Carmel know the ATV video or the recording is going to be fine. Oh, okay. So based on that, and I'm going to go ahead and ask for adjournment. Well, I don't know, but we're just gonna leave it at that because it's already reading it. Well, it can be for us. Go ahead and read it for us.
But other watch.
Wait.
I'd like to-
Anything that you want to highlight about? Okay. Like, yes, please.
Okay. Suspension of consideration to amend my project description of the WRF coastal development permit application. To direct staff to file the amended project description with the standards. Discussion and consideration of approval of the agenda at CYR WWRF. Discussion and consideration of the vacancy on my finance standing committee. Receive and file the auditor for the year 23-24. Discussion and consideration of issuance of Wilson letter of use permit, coastal development permit. Resource. Thank you. Discussing the adoption of legislation for abatement of public nuisance fire hazard reduction program. The CSD staff have been changed to the Stewart Street team construction negotiation plan and public works on contract and vendors with the Stewart Street take construction. And discussion consideration of an agreement for consultant services with any for construction management services for the Stewart Street take project. Those are on the July 17th. My agendas. Okay.
Right. So let's go ahead and then if you want to make that motion, or can we just adjourn? All right, we're adjourned.